Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Oh, I am on screen. I'm just super tiny. There I am. Hi, good morning, couch potatoes. Sorry I'm a little late. Bed was very comfy this morning. So it took me a little bit to get awake, I guess. I'm kind of awake now. I don't know. I'm still in my PJs. I'm like, it's Tuesday. Why not just have a cozy Tuesday? Because I don't know where all of you guys are, but I'm in Ohio. And last night it was in the low 50s. I feel fall coming. I feel time changing. And if you live in the north where it gets cold, your bed is your favorite place in the morning. And that's where I'm already at in the year. So good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning, Amos. Hope you're doing well, babes. Well. So we are into day 2 of the Cardi B trial. Now, yesterday, the audio, the camera work, hot messes. I feel like all of a sudden winter is coming. It's coming for all of us. Yesterday, the audio and video were shit. But I believe it's better for the next couple days. So thank goodness, because I'll tell you what, having that booster up yesterday, it was loud on my side. I know it really wasn't on your guys's for some reason, but should be better today. We've got a full day today. Probably be here till about 4 o'clock or so. I think there's about like 6 hours of testimony or something like that today. So should be interesting. Because let's see, we got the Beverly Hills plastic and reconstructive surgeon on the stand next. Then we have the plaintiff's mom, and then her grandma, then her psychiatrist, and then Cardi B. Now, if you missed yesterday, Emani Ellis, who is the plaintiff, was on the stand. And she did not come across well to any of us. Many of us thought that she seemed like a liar, pants on fire. So their case is not starting out strong. Their own plaintiff, not reliable at all. Good morning, Mama Llama. Hope you're doing good. See, I'm alive. I'm just busy, but I'm here. Good morning, Belle. She said it was 61 when I got up. I turned the heater on. Wow. In Texas. Oh my goodness. Yes, Emani remembers nothing. Nothing about the end of the day. Can't even remember if she bled on. All right. So if you guys don't know, if you missed yesterday, I'll catch you up. Trust me, you don't even have to go back and watch the last yesterday. Don't even bother. So Cardi B is in a civil lawsuit from a former security guard, Emani Ellis, who alleges the rapper assaulted her at an OB-GYN office in 2018. So it's many years ago. And according to her, Cardi left injuries that required plastic surgery and costing her job. Now, Cardi B denies the claims, saying Ellis was the aggressor who tried to film her pregnancy before it was public. And her legal team plans to present a witness supporting this account. So that kind of catches you up on who is suing who. All right, Emani, security guard, suing Cardi B. So the thing she needed plastic surgery for, an alleged scratch on her cheek left by Cardi's 2 to 3 inch nails or whatever, except it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. One, she had to wait 2 years to have any plastic surgery done. She had filed reports. She had given several depositions already. And each time her story changes and changes and changes. So, one, it's Cardi just completely assaults her, beats her head, beats her body, scratches her cheek. And another one, it's she just puts her finger on my face and it cuts. She couldn't remember if she's bleeding. She didn't have any pictures. Well, at least she couldn't produce any pictures. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't do anything. She's suing Cardi B for $24 million. All right. $24 million. And this lady is, she was very combative on the stand, even kind of to her own attorney. She doesn't remember shit about anything. So that's super helpful. Oh, and she's claiming a whole list of things like having anxiety, depression, PTSD, all from this one event. And it's very questionable. Okay. So the plaintiff side is really going to have to pull it out of their ass with the witnesses today because she did not do a good job, which is something. Hello, good morning on Top X. Hope you're doing good. Good morning. There's Sammy Sunshine. Hi, babes. Good morning. Good morning. Annie, oh my goodness. What a special day. Oh, I'm so flattered. Good morning, babes. Hope you're doing well. And there's Kelly P. Oh, everybody's coming around. You guys don't forget to hit the like button, okay? Because I forgot to remind everybody yesterday. But yeah, make sure you hit like so they know that we're live and we're watching this craziness together. So this is so far a pretty interesting case. I think today is going to be very interesting as well. We're going to wrap it up by Friday. Today's the only super long day we're going to have. The other days will be kind of short, and we're going to wrap this trial up on Friday because it was only a 4-day trial. It was supposed to take like 2 weeks is what they had on the books for this trial. 4 days. 4 days was how long it was. So, but now I will say this again. I said this yesterday in case you aren't familiar with the differences of a criminal case versus a civil case. There are some pretty big differences besides obviously one is for crimes and one is for other things. Now, anybody can bring a lawsuit against anyone, right? It can be individuals, it can be states, it can be organizations. So, a whole organization could sue one person, or one person could sue the organization. Or sometimes in large cases, you can have numerous plaintiffs suing a company, usually, right? Like, what are those lawsuits called? I forget, but you know what I'm talking about. The Aaron Brockovich kind of cases. So the plaintiff can be anybody that brings it. Now, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff, very similar to criminal, right? The burden of proof is on the state. But the plaintiff has to prove everything. Defense doesn't have to do anything, but in civil cases, they do have to do a lot of stuff. Now, what's interesting about civil cases is that the verdict is not decided on beyond a reasonable doubt, like in criminal trials, right? Where you better be damn sure that that's the person that did it before you put your verdict in. Now, in civil trials, it's actually called the preponderance of evidence, meaning that you think it is more likely than not that something occurred in a certain way, what the plaintiff is saying, right? So in this case, you would need to be 51% sure that Cardi B assaulted Emani Ellis and Emani Ellis deserves to be compensated. You only need to be 51% sure, which is not a lot. That part always is very strange to me. But yes, class action. Oh, thank you, Buffy. Oh, what would I do without my other better half of my brain? So, and also many of your constitutional rights do not apply in civil cases, right? You are not entitled to a lawyer at all. So if you want to sue somebody, get a lawyer. If somebody's suing you, you're going to have to pay for your own lawyer, or you can represent yourself. Do not recommend doing that in a civil trial. That is for darn sure. So you're not afforded that. You're not afforded like illegal search and seizures, and you can be very compelled to testify. Now, a good example of sometimes, right, in criminal cases, we didn't hear about a wrongful death lawsuit, and sometimes somebody can be found not guilty, like O.J. Simpson is a classic example, right? He's found not guilty in his criminal trial. We all know, we know. But Their family filed a civil lawsuit for wrongful death against him, and guess what? They found him guilty of that at 51%, and he had to pay out for her wrongful death. So those are just some of the key differences. I know some of you hadn't seen a civil trial before. That's why I'm glad this was a short one, so we could watch it together, because you don't really get to see these very often. And they can be very interesting how different they are. But before we get into that, I do have to promo some things just real quick and tell you guys about some exciting stuff happening very, very soon. So give me just a second, and then we'll get into court today. Excuse me. It's already beginning. All right, you guys. So if you didn't know, Midday Missing is back every Monday and Wednesday. We are covering missing person cases where the families are still searching for answers. Yesterday, I subbed in for Terry, and we covered two very, very good cases. If you didn't watch it, please go back and watch it again. I am very intrigued to learn more about both of them. Now, Terry will be back on Wednesday after Couch Court to cover the Brittany Shantae Robson and Brandy McKellen Crouch cases. And after we're done on Wednesday, it'll portal you guys over to her. And I think you should all take a listen, because maybe you can help spread their stories on social media, and maybe, just maybe, the answers will be found for these families. Now, Thursday, because we got the guilty verdict for Donna Adelson last Thursday night. Oh my gosh, which reminds me, you guys, speaking of the Adelsons, I don't know if you saw or not, but apparently, hold on, let me get bigger for this. Apparently, Katie Magbanawah has been transferred back to Leon County as of yesterday. I saw. There's only really one reason why Katie would be transferred back to county jail, and it's a little thing called grand jury testimony. Anybody? Maybe for Miss Wendy Adelson? I hope so. We'll be staying tuned on that. There's been a lot of buzz over the weekend of things happening, transcripts being demanded urgently. Now Katie apparently is in the county jail. Oh, yeah. So I feel like we're going to get some big news in the next couple of weeks. But anyway, I'm going to tell you guys that earlier, and I just remembered. But okay. Oh, snap. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, Donna Adelson's verdict came back in last Thursday. So we had to move part 3 of our coverage of the Aton Pates case for our True Crime and Wine Time podcast to this Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Now, this episode will be one of the longest we've done in a while, so you may need 2 bottles of wine instead of 1. And we'll be discussing the trials of Pedro Hernandez and where the case is today. I recommend, if you like following me for trials, you're probably going to want to know about this one, because we will be talking about this in the future, I'm sure. And there's going to be many rants. Hello, Simone. Good morning. Good morning. I hope so. I was like, oh, there's no other reason for that. Now, this past Friday, I recorded parts 4 and 5 of The Devil in the Bay, my new investigative series that will be released this December. I will be recording parts 6 and 7 this Friday after Couch Court for our members only. It's been a lot of fun doing that. It's just some behind-the-scenes glimpse as I try to read the script and sound like a good storyteller and messing up names. Oh, there were so many hard names on the last one. But I love for you to join us. It's a very good time. Now, you guys, mark your calendars, because this is what I am most excited about. Oh, I didn't even know I made it like move and stuff. Okay. I don't know how I did that, but I did. Anyway, so Monday, September 15th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central is our new merch and membership launch party. And we've been working behind the scenes putting together the cutest and affordable merch we could come up with and there'll be new releases coming at the end of each month. And I know I personally am going to be ordering a lot, all of the goodies. So I think some of you might want to as well. Now, as for our members, it's because of you guys and your support that we're able to keep the lights on over here and do what we love. We will be announcing our 6 new membership tiers. That's right, 6, that I can promise you have more perks than many of the other YouTube creators we looked at, because by being a member of our YouTube channel, you will get your money's worth by investing in us. That is a very, very important thing to us, and we're going to show you guys all the love. So Monday, September 15th, everybody's invited. It's a public show, so we hope to see you there so we can share all of the secrets. There's so many good ones. And one of those secrets, I'm only allowed to talk about one because I'm not allowed to do all these spoilers, but one of them I can tell you about is our new show, TMI, which stands for Too Much Internet, that will start airing every Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central on Friday, September 19th for all members, and the first Friday of every month for non-members. Now, TMI is a show where our team of brave, chronically online hosts have curated the best weekly roundup of the strangest, funniest, and most confusing things happening on the internet. We're just there to have a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of inside jokes that I'm sure carry over from show to show. So you definitely want to be a member and watch that. And look how cute that robot is. We're like obsessed with this robot. We're making it a whole thing. Now, last but not least, if you haven't yet, please join our Discord server, The Courtyard, where we all hang out when we're not live. There's lots of true crime talk over there with case files and court documents, and we stream shows and movies and documentaries, game nights, and I may have heard a rumor that there's going to be a murder mystery party happening soon. Yes, it's true. And if you're not sure how Discord works, don't be afraid to ask for help. We were all noobs once, and we will help you get all set up because it is very, very fun. It's a good time. Last weekend, we all watched the Dexter marathon together. Love that. It was awesome. All right. I know I'm so excited too, Annie. Oh, I'm so excited. It just reminds me of that Saved by the Bell. Jesse. I'm so excited. Anyway, enough of that. So, yes, get your sleuth hats on for the murder mystery party. I don't know if I'm doing it in October or November yet, but it'll be happening before Thanksgiving. So, good morning, Angie. Good morning. Let me switch things over to court, and we will get this party started, shall we? Yes, we shall. All right, that's done. There's that. Oh, and we got to do the little banner. Why didn't it? Add to stage. Oh, there we go. Figured it out. We're fine. Well, maybe. We'll see. But there will be one. I don't know. I haven't decided which one I'm going to do yet. I still have like a stockpile of murder mystery stuff that we never got around to. So I'm going to take a look at it over the next day or two and decide on a date very soon so I can let you all know and everybody can get signed up. But I'm very excited about it. All right, kiddos, let's get into it. Day 2 of the Cardi B trial, shall we?
We had you here early so we can discuss the brief filed yesterday regarding the witnesses that were identified on the prior witness lists as
good.
the receptionist and employees at the medical center. Apparently, they have subsequently been identified. I think one of them was identified on a previous witness list, and one was most recently identified as soon as, Friday?
I believe so.
They're not put together.
Okay. I had a chance to look at the...
Did you see my opposition, Ron?
I have not. Did you file one?
Yes, I did. I gave it to the clerk this morning. It was filed early this morning.
All right, good on your end? Excellent.
And I wish to be heard.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, discovery was served Exhibit 1
That's fun. That's a
are
fun
the
idea.
form interrogatories which were served on for prior counsel September 30th of 2022. Prior counsel asked me for extensions several times so they could get the information that I wanted. And they finally responded on January 17th of 2023. As the court goes to Exhibit 2 on page 21 of the responses, it says there's responding party incorporates by reference preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. Unknown staff employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discoveries continuing. This incident did not happen at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Cedars-Sinai Medical Center is 2 miles away from this office building. This was, in my opinion, either grossly negligent on the part of counsel for the defendant, or, as I've argued in my brief, an intentional way of hiding who these witnesses are. I can't see how the defendant would go to a doctor and not know the doctor's name, or at least do whatever it takes to get the doctor's name. It's really not that hard. When she went to this doctor, she could have found out his name and disclosed it in discovery.
Okay, so your point's taken on the defendant, but likely knowing the name of her own doctor. What about the receptionist?
All right, so the receptionist, also the issue with the receptionist would be that either her attorney or herself can call and say, doctor, who's the receptionist that was there that day? Again, she's the patient, they would have to tell her. And I would like to also add, Your Honor, I did Exhibit 3, question number 15. Again, same thing. They refused to produce the witness information, and I was not able to take the deposition of these people. I don't know what they're going to say. It's highly prejudicial. It goes against the Discovery Act, and it should not be allowed. And they're arguing that I shouldn't be able to bring my witnesses. They're making the same argument that I'm making. So it would only seem fair that if the court's going to exclude mine, the court should exclude theirs.
Okay. So there's a hearsay statement in the defendant's brief, and I'm acknowledging that it's hearsay, but they contend that the witnesses both testify or both said that they had been contacted by you, and you're just saying that that's not true.
So yeah, that's not true. I never contacted them. Not in 28. I never went to the building, even though it's across the street from my office. I did not go there till a few days ago to take 22 pictures. I took it on a Friday night, maybe around 6 or 7 p.m. Went back one more time to take a couple more pictures. But I never.
The client testified she took the pictures.
No, I took the pictures with her together. We were together.
Okay.
I did not go back. I did not know about the doctor. I did take a picture of the doctor's sign after they, a month ago or a couple of weeks ago, told me there's this doctor. But this is not the way to do the work. This is not the way to do business here. You have to disclose who the doctor is. It's her treating doctor. It's as if plaintiff would not disclose her treating doctor. It's the equivalent of that.
And then isn't it fair to say that the receptionist was identified in prior witness lists?
Never identified. It just says random person. There's not even a name there. So I would say this, Your Honor, I don't know what the doctor is going to testify to. He may just say, I was in my office and I heard a disturbance outside. Okay, well, fine. So I don't get to depose him, not a big deal. So this random person that they're bringing up, that was never even named. We don't even have an actual substance name. The only time I learned about this person's name was yesterday, when in that defendant's memorandum, they brought up this person, Tiara Malcolm. It's not even on the witness list. I don't even know who she is. So in the middle of the trial, when I know not able to depose this person and do nothing with her. They're just gonna randomly throw out this person, well, let's bring this person into trial. It's not fair, Your Honor.
All right, hear from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. First of all, regarding Cedars-Sinai, Dr. Finke was associated and affiliated with Cedars-Sinai. The building is Medical Center of Beverly Hills, and that's the reason for the reference to Cedars-Sinai. Second, I'm going to start with the prejudice argument, which is that they didn't know who these people were. Actually, plaintiff testified yesterday that within a few weeks of this February 2018 incident, she called Ms. Malcolm. She worked in the building. She knew Ms. Malcolm. She knew Dr. Finke, who came out, and they didn't identify them. They knew them and they didn't identify them. So to say that, well, he's been prejudiced because he didn't take their depositions, she's known since 2018 who the doctor was and who Tiara was.
You said there was testimony yesterday or in her deposition?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday, I specifically asked her, did you contact Tiara Malcolm? And she said yes.
I disagree with that.
Yeah. Sorry. So, but to me, the prejudice argument makes no sense. They know she worked in the building. She knew Tiara. They did not disclose those names in discovery. Now, on the other hand, they say that this doctor was Cardi's treating physician. That's absolutely wrong. Her treating physicians are in the East Coast. She was here on work, and she was pregnant. She asked to speak to someone. Someone made arrangements for her to go in. She met with Dr. Finke that day, 15 minutes, and left. 3 years later, they asked who
If I had that money, I'd
No,
probably have a whole room up there.
We asked who it was. Previous counsel asked. The only way, because they didn't disclose these names, the only way we found out was through Mrs. Moore's diligent work, which resulted, for example, in 2024, we identified Dr. Finke because she had actually literally, tried to contact every doctor in that office, finally pulled a photograph of the doctors from the website, showed them to Cardi, and she said, yeah, it's that one. And then we promptly identified her. Tiara, we had no clue. Cardi had gone to that office that day. She didn't go around and memorize the names of the receptionist or anyone else. The only one who knew Tiara's name until July 28th of this year is plaintiff, who contacted her and worked in the same building.
Wow.
So this idea that we should have, or prior counsel should have identified them, the problem is based on the assumption that Dr. Finke is Cardi's, and that's exactly what they say. Dr. Finke was her treating physician. That's absolutely false. She was traveling. She went in to see him. She saw him one day, and that was the end of it. And then 3 years later, someone asked, well, what was his name? And she says, I don't know his name. Now,
I'm sorry, so is it Finke?
Finke, or Finke.
That person was on the prior witness list?
Yes,
Yes.
Your
That
Honor.
was served in 2024. By then, Ms. Moore had tracked him down.
So, Mr. John Fazza, can you respond to that? According to the
I'll respond.
the Moore declaration, that they identified Dr. Finke in early May.
I will look at that, Your Honor, right now, but to paint the picture that a plaintiff knew Tiara Malcolm's name is false. To paint a picture that you go to a doctor's office and you're not their patient is also false. It would be an impossibility for that to occur. And I'm sure Dr. Finke will testify that Cardi B is his patient, Your Honor.
Dr.
one time.
Finke, I can make an offer of proof, will testify that he met her that day, saw her that day. They had minimal contact, 15 minutes, and have never heard from her again until we contacted him and added him to the witness list. I also would know Dr. Finke will testify that counsel went into his office multiple times, including by not only going through the reception area, but going through the back door, asking everyone there, do you know anything about this incident? Do you know anything about this incident? Repeatedly tried to contact Dr. Finke over the last 4 or 5 years. That's what Dr. Finke will testify if he's called upon to do so.
Okay, so let me do this. We got the jury's getting checked in. Do you have a rough from yesterday regarding that testimony?
I think we have a.
No, Dr.
actual
Finke was
final, I believe.
her OB-GYN.
I'm not sure we have it with us, but we will submit it.
Okay, I want to see the testimony.
They're not.
And so we'll resume the argument on this issue because we won't plan on calling them today, correct?
Depends on what, yeah,
That's fine. Because we're here now, I want to add a sentence.
Okay.
Okay, because it's about me. Okay. I'm declaring under penalty of perjury, I did not go into this doctor's office.
Okay.
That is an absolute lie and false.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't think that's right.
Could I say one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. This whole case is about, even by her own testimony, an altercation, an argument when 2 people came out of the doctor's office. When that was all the prior counsel knew and that party knew, that's what she stated in the interrogatory response in January of 2022.
Chaos.
That 2 people, that witnesses included 2 people who came out and separated them. The only person who knew that was plaintiff, and she failed to disclose.
Okay. All right. I think we're still checking in our witnesses. Jurors. Is she checking in now?
Ask something about the doctor that I'm going to call at 9:30.
Sure.
So he does have a CV, and I know that the other side may say that I can't even introduce the CV because they won't even let me do anything. So I want to know if they're going to object to
Thrive.
producing the CV to the doctor to review and to have it admitted as evidence.
And it's a hearsay document, right?
It's exhibit number 9. It's the doctor's CV and rate sheet, and it is, I'm gonna ask him about it, I'll lay a foundation. But I believe that it should be seen by the jury because it has all of his credentials and the court limited my time to 1 hour. If that's the case, then I have to go through 22 pages of CV, that takes 2 hours, Your Honor. I can't do it in 1 hour unless he's gonna stipulate it.
I don't understand this. We wouldn't plan on objecting to a CV other than, I guess it's hearsay, but if he wants to offer, he can offer it. I mean, we have.
No, so I mean, I'll just say, my practice is if the parties stipulate to admitting CVs, I'll admit them. If the parties don't, then usually it's hearsay, and I'm not going to admit it. I will tell you that to me, it doesn't really matter. Most of the time when I've seen it admitted, it's been in med mal cases. In other cases, the doctor can explain what his training education experience is. So it's up to you.
Your Honor, I will make this offer that both sides can have their doctor's CVs admitted into evidence. It'd be Rosenberg for them and Mulliken for me. I'm willing to do that, so we don't have to waste the jury's time on this.
I expect that we anticipate doing what Your Honor described, saying that the witness can testify to what he did. If that makes counsel happy, then a reciprocal stipulation that CVs can be submitted.
Okay, great.
Fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right, you want to bring in the jury?
Well, that is a mess. That is a mess. Defense is like, they went in and talked to everyone. We didn't even know who the doctor actually was. Ooh, they are so not prepared. Like literally nobody. And they've had this case for like a little while. So this is, but it did seem like the defense had a very hard time getting any discovery. They mentioned that yesterday, getting any discovery at all from the plaintiff's side.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're still on the record in the Ellis matter. We are now joined by our jury.
I do not like this
We're still
courtroom. It
plaintiff's
is
case in chief. And does plaintiff have another witness to call?
dark and weird.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff will be calling Brent Mulliken, MD. May I get him real quick?
Sure.
Oh, you like it? I'm not a fan. I mean, I guess it's something with all the wood around. Oh, now she's wearing a sweater vest today. Okay, that's an interesting choice. do.
Dr. Monaghan, if I can please have you stand right next to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Certainly. Brent, B-R-E-N-T, Mulliken, M-O-E-L-L-E-K-E-N, M-D-F-A-C-S.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch yourself.
FACS, which spells faces. I guess. All right, so this is plaintiff witnessed her plastic surgeon. So let's see what he has to say about this cut on her cheek.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for coming
Yes.
back. Good morning, Dr. Mulliken.
Good morning.
Were you the treating doctor for Emani Ellis, who's sitting to my right here today?
Yes,
And what did you treat her for?
she had a scar on her left cheek.
No.
Okay, and what is your current occupation?
I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon.
Are you board certified?
Yes,
For how many years have you been a plastic and reconstructive surgeon?
since 1995.
It's about 30 years?
Yes,
Okay, and early on in your, I'll strike that. Where did you go to undergraduate school?
to Purdue University for 2 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
At Yale Medical School.
And you did some work at Harvard as well?
Yes,
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
yes. So I finished undergraduate in 2 years, and then I took a a position at Harvard University. It was a graduate position in literature, German and English literature. So that was for 1 year. And then I went off to medical school at Yale.
And you're also a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Yes,
Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
yes. So I've been, since 1995, I've been affiliated with UCLA. That means I'm a clinical professor there. So you teach the residents who are learning plastic surgery, and you teach the medical students at UCLA.
Okay. And we asked you to be here as an expert witness, correct?
Yes,
And a treating doctor?
yes,
And in cases where you serve as a treating doctor, in cases that are litigated, you then can serve also as an expert witness?
yes.
And what does an expert witness do with that?
Well,
So true.
that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure at the different designations. There's a treating doctor, an expert, a retained expert, a non-retained expert. So that's way above my pay grade.
Understood. Okay, in this case, were you forced to cancel patients so that you could appear here in court today?
Yes,
And you left your home at 7:30 a.m. to get here at 8:30?
a little earlier.
Who cares?
And you anticipate to be here at least till 11 a.m. or 12 noon?
Yes,
And did
Okay.
you cancel all of your patients for today?
yes.
And in order to be here, how much money have you lost in income?
Well,
Irrelevant, thanks.
Oh,
so I would estimate 20 to 30,000
Holy
in
shit.
the procedures we would have performed, and the patients we would have seen and scheduled.
A day
And the
and
reason
1
you
day.
did that is because you want to help your patient, correct?
Yes,
And in order to be able to offset some of the loss, you're charging $2,000 an hour to be here as an expert witness.
that's correct.
Wow. $2,000 an hour. Oh my goodness.
And when you serve as an expert witness, you tend to serve as an expert more for the plaintiff, more for the defense, or is there some percentage that you could tell us?
It's roughly 50-50. So I'm retained by defense firms and by plaintiff firms equally.
Is it your understanding that in this case, the defense chose not to designate an expert? Is that your understanding?
Objection calls for hearsay, lacks foundation.
Do you know of any other plastic surgeon that's rendered any opinion in this case besides
Objection lacks
yourself?
foundation.
Hope you're doing well.
Have you seen any medical reports or any type of documentation from a different plastic surgeon
No,
related to this case?
no.
When you serve as an expert witness, isn't it true that usually there's an opposing expert on the other side who would then argue with your opinion?
Objection lacks foundation, irrelevant. 352.
Much move on now.
Yes. Season 1.
Did you review 85 pages of medical records of Emani Ellis prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And if you were to look at your exhibit book that's in front of you, the one on your right, if you can go to exhibit 1-004.
Yeah,
Doesn't have those Georgia tabs, does
At
it?
the bottom corner, it will say exhibit 1-001, and then 2, 3, and 4.
I think the exhibits are over here.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, so it's actually.
Yikes.
Ah, okay. Sorry about that.
Starting to get a little
Do you
secondhand
see
embarrassment.
a list of Emani Ellis's medical records and bills?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
And for your treatment in your office, did you charge Miss Emani Ellis $6,500?
Yes.
Okay. And surgery center, $11,000?
Yes.
Why do you charge these amounts for the treatment that you gave for Emani Ellis?
Well, her procedures were performed in an operating room. So we have the operating room staff and sterility, and it's done in a JCO, meaning Joint Commission approved surgery center.
Could you have done this outside of the surgery center?
You could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as sterile.
And you wouldn't follow that type of practice?
I don't do that. So,
All right. And in your review of the medical records, did you also see that Emani Ellis treated with 2 psychologists?
yes.
You reviewed all those records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
If we can just go to Exhibit 9, which is your CV. I just wanted to go over your CV a little bit. Your CV is 22 pages long, including your rate sheet, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 9 be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, so a minute.
By the way, if you guys hear snoring,
This is the first
Zoe
page of
is
your CD, correct?
playing this
Yes.
with me.
Okay, and this explains all of your, you have 2 different offices?
I do.
Why do you have 2 offices?
Well, just one in Beverly Hills and one in Santa Barbara. So,
Understood.
Why do you have 2 offices? What a weird.
And if you
This
look
guy
through
charges
your
$2,000 an hour.
CD,
You're asking dumb
For
questions.
example, on page 3, professional organizations, are there any that would be important for this case that you feel the jury should know about?
well, I became board certified in general surgery and trauma surgery before doing my training in plastic surgery. So I then became board certified in plastic and reconstructive surgery. and I've done 2 additional fellowships, one in aesthetic surgery and one in microsurgery. So that's 10 years of residency after 4 years of medical school.
And on page 4, you have hospital affiliations. Can you tell us your affiliations with these 2 hospitals?
Yes, so I'm currently an attending at UCLA Medical Center, and previously I was an attending at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, but I gave up those privileges, and now I'm exclusively at UCLA.
Then on page 5, you have some other information such as being a super doctor. What is a super doctor?
Well, a super doctor is 5% of the doctors in a community are chosen by their peers. So I've been a super doctor for 15 years. And on various committees, like the Blue Ribbon Committee. So I'm proud of those awards.
Do you do any charity work?
I do.
Can you
We
tell
got
us a little
super
bit about
lawyers,
your charity work?
super doctors.
352.
None of them have superpowers. Very misleading. Yes.
Is there anything else about your education that you would like to add?
Well, I'm in clinical practice, so I'm a practicing plastic and reconstructive surgeon, but I teach at UCLA. So I'm a clinical professor at UCLA. So that means just a teaching position.
Okay, good. You teach other medical residents?
Oh, for
Yes, medical residents, medical students.
objection, asked and answered.
Usually plastic surgery residents. So they've completed their training and they're in their last few years of training. So those are the doctors that I spend most time with.
Now I want to go to this case. And
Our
ask
token
some
men
more
are out of control
information
this
about
morning in
case.
chat.
Do you remember seeing this patient, Emani Ellis, in your practice?
Yes,
Okay. And when she came to your office for medical treatment, did she provide a history to you?
yes,
Did you use the history in your treatment and diagnosis of the patient?
yes.
And what was the history that she gave you?
Well, she mentioned that she had been, the left side of her face had been injured by fingernail scratches.
Okay.
So
Horror.
that was the
Shock
basic
and
salient history. And then I looked at her wound. And so in order to determine what I need to do to help her out, I had to diagnose her problem. So I wanted to see if there was hypersensitivity in the wound. Hypersensitivity means, for example, if you have a splinter underneath your skin, it may not show much, but you can feel the splinter under your skin because it's hypersensitive. So I noticed that she had a focus of hypersensitivity on her face. Now, when I examine for that, I touch many areas and see if the patient's pain symptoms are always the same. In other words, if they always come from the same area. So that's how I made my diagnosis of her scar, the visible aspects of it and the hypersensitivity aspects of it.
So
Okay.
if you can go to exhibit 4, the gray, the one that you have in your hand.
Okay.
The white one.
It seems like
So what
leopard
number
her,
is
her
that?
face.
Oh, 4.
Oh. Yes.
In your medical evaluation of the patient, you saw her for the first time on November 4th, 2022.
Yes,
Were you advised by Emani Ellis or anyone else that Miss Ellis was seen by a different plastic surgeon before you?
Objection calls for hearsay, lacks foundation.
If you go to exhibit 4-009, at the bottom, can you read for us what it says in handwriting?
yes.
Hearsay.
Are you aware that Miss Emani Ellis saw a Dr. Scher before you?
Objection, hearsay.
Is it important to you when treating a patient if they've seen any prior doctors?
Objection, irrelevant, lax foundation, 352.
Overruled.
No, it's very important if they've done treatment. If they've done treatment, then I need to know what treatment they did.
Okay, so in order to do your work with this patient, Emani Ellis, you would need to know if any other doctor, such as a plastic surgeon, did any other work on Emani Ellis, correct?
Yeah.
And when you asked
I
Mrs.
love that
Emani
movie.
Ellis
It's one of
if
my
she got
favorite
treatment,
movies.
did she tell you she saw a different doctor, Dr. John Scher?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know the Dr. Scher? Do you know him?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Scher has passed away?
Objection, lax foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That's what I've been told. I didn't verify it.
Hearsay, move to strike.
Denied.
For a patient such as
Okay.
Emani Ellis, the kind of injury that she sustained, is it true that if Emani Ellis had came to you within a couple of months after the incident, that you would advise Emani Ellis to wait 1 to 2 years to determine if the cut would become a scar?
Lax foundation.
Is that-
Oh, sorry.
Is that the proper course?
Sustained.
For a patient like Emani Ellis who sustained a cut, how long should she wait before getting plastic
So
surgery?
counsel, why don't you establish that there are different treatments, what type of cut it was, how deep the cut was, whether it was likely a scar, what he
I'm
knows
just
about
giving
the
him an
scar.
assist.
Establish some foundation before you ask him opinions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you describe for us the scar that Emani Ellis had when you examined her on November 4th of 2022 for the first time?
Yes, she had vertically oriented, in other words, up and down scars. There were actually 2 of them, but one was more prominent, and it was hyperpigmented, and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection, lax foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, scars can form quickly. Sometimes it takes a long time for them to form.
Do you believe it was correct for Emani Ellis to wait before obtaining the medical treatment that she received in your office?
Objection, lax foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Super is the word of the day. I love it.
And the type of medical treatment that you performed, isn't it true that during the pandemic, which started in April of 2022 for at least several months and years, there was limited availability for patients to receive plastic surgery?
That's very true.
And your office was shut down for several months at least?
Well, I perform a lot of reconstructive surgery and emergency surgery, so my office was never shut down.
But if
There
a
we go.
patient needed to receive the type of treatment like
Super.
Emani Ellis received, and they contacted you in May of 2020, during the pandemic, you would not be able to work on them, or you probably would tell them to wait, correct?
Objection, compound, calls for speculation, lax foundation.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that a scar such as Emani Ellis's, when she came to you in 2022, the scar would basically never have gone away unless you performed some type of medical treatment, correct?
Objection, leading, calls for speculation, lax foundation.
Sustained.
Oof, he's just throwing all the objections.
Can you
and
tell
getting
us
them.
in your, on 4-001 in the HPI, can you read the four lines there, please, from your report?
In the which line, I'm sorry?
It's hearsay, counsel. Why don't you move on?
When you treated Miss Emani Ellis, did she tell you that she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
This guy could go to law school.
Did she explain to you that Cardi B placed her long fingernails with sharp objects in her face?
That's what you told me, yes.
Sure.
Did she state to you that her face was red and hot after the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell us, when you personally examined Emani Ellis, did you see 3 lines on her face on the left side of her cheek?
Objection, leading.
Yes.
What is the significance of the 3 lines?
Well, it's typical for a fingernail injury when you have parallel lines going from the top to the bottom. So that's vertically oriented, so up and down rather than
Like
horizontal.
a dog attack?
So typically that's how fingernail injuries manifest.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained an injury to her left cheek from fingernails?
Objection, leading.
I'm sorry?
It's a stand.
Oh,
Nicki Minaj isn't in the courtroom, so.
All right, can you tell us,
Maybe
please,
she's in the
how
gallery, I
many
don't know.
times you saw Emani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes. So there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her. So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling, which is a procedure where you place local anesthesia underneath the skin to numb the skin, and then you do deep microneedling at a depth of approximately 2 millimeters. It does cause the patient to bleed, but the bleeding is very small because the needles are very small. So then we apply various creams to prevent infection. And then we see the patient back in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So after that period of time, she returned. We had noticed some improvement in the hypersensitivity and some improvement in the hyperpigmentation. So I basically performed an identical procedure, also under local anesthesia. And after that, I believe I did not see her again. We may have Zoomed, but I can't recall exactly.
Do you believe that your patient benefited from the medical treatment she received from you?
Yes.
How does it get rid of a scar, though? It's interesting.
And you're familiar with the billing procedures and charges from your office and other medical providers, such as plastic surgeons and surgery centers and the like?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to review the medical bills for your office and other types of medical providers?
Well, it's a part of my,
Objection, compound, and hearsay.
Okay.
That's the one part.
so it's my function as a medical director of a surgery center, which I've been for 25 years, to know the fees that are charged at the various institutions like UCLA or Cedar, or in similar institutions in the community.
And when you examined Emani Ellis on November 4th of 2022, you performed an examination, you wrote a 4-page report, you reviewed medical records and medical bills, you spoke with the patient for how long approximately?
Well, we maybe spent 45 minutes total with her, but that includes the assistant going in, asking the questions, and then she transcribes it to an iPad, and then I go in the room, I do the examination, I record the results of my examination, and then correct anything on the iPad that I want to add to.
And to write the report of 4 pages, review all the medical records, review all the documents, see the patient, everything. That one day on November 4th of 22, you charged $1,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to make that same examination, go through all those steps today, you would actually be charging $2,500, correct?
Objection, leading.
You can,
That's correct.
the fee has gone up because of inflation and the cost of medical care?
Just,
Objection, leading. You can,
yeah, that's what it costs. So you have to.
all right.
charge it.
And the medical procedures that you did on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23. The two procedures, each one you charged $2,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the same procedures today, what would you charge?
Well, it would be approximately $6,500. If you notice in my initial report, that's the amount I quoted, but for some reason it was billed at $2,500. So that was an error, but it is what it is.
Oh,
So then in fact, the $2,500 charge should have been $6,500
Correct.
twice.
That's what it costs to perform surgery, in a surgery center.
And approximately how long does it take
I thought they said it
from
was
the
like
time
20
the patient
grand.
comes into the office, gets prepared for surgery, and is sent home for each of the two surgical procedures you did?
Well, approximately 2 to 3 hours.
And the surgery center has to be booked for a certain period of time,
Yes.
and you gotta prepare it, do the procedure, clean it, make sure it's good. How long does all that take? How much time do you book the surgery center for Ms. Emani Ellis on those?
Well, the 2 to 3 hours would not include the technicians, the surgical tech preparing the equipment or the cleanup. That would just be the 2 or 3 hours would be the time from the time the patient arrives, fills out the paperwork, the consents are given. We again talk about the risks and benefits of the procedure. We put on topical anesthesia. We let that work. We take them to the operating room. We put it on, we induce local anesthesia with injections. We do the procedure. We watch her postoperatively to make sure she doesn't have any allergic reactions or trouble with her skin. And
And
then
who would date her,
we
Simone?
make sure she's dressed properly, has postoperative instructions, and
I
then
think
she's
you-
discharged.
You missed yesterday.
And there's obviously different types of skin that you deal with in your practice, correct?
Yes.
There's lighter skin, darker skin, rough skin, soft skin. Can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in procedures that you would do to the different types of skin?
Yes. So there's a grading scheme from 1 to 5, and 1 would be a patient with very delicate skin, for example, a redhead who might have very delicate skin and would not tan at all. It would just burn. So that would be Fitzpatrick 1. And then Fitzpatrick 3 might be Asian patients, Hispanic patients, patients of mixed race, and then up to Fitzpatrick 5, which would be black skin. So depending on the coloration of the skin, that determines what lasers you can use, what procedures you can use in a safe manner.
Okay, and what, on that scale, what is Emani Ellis?
5.
5, okay. Is there a difference, for example, if you take photographs of a patient with 5 on the Fitzpatrick scale, if you take photographs of their skin versus someone with a 1?
Yes, in general, in black patients, the lesions are less visible just because of the coloration.
And when you examined Emani Ellis for the first time
I
on
like how
November
the
4th of 22,
Court reporter's just
did you,
looking at
with
him.
your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I saw other things that were, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark. I saw those things as well. But the main thing was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained injuries to her left cheek
Right.
from fingernails?
Actually, the last foundation called speculation.
We are super impatient. Angie.
What is your opinion as to where Emani Ellis obtained the scar on her left cheek?
Well, the most likely,
Assistant.
What was was the size of the scar? Did you measure it?
Yes, it was approximately 2 centimeters that I noted. That was the main scar.
Can you tell us approximately how long is 2 centimeters in inches?
Yes, so an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so it's a little less than an inch.
So like that much. From here to like here.
2 centimeters is approximately 1 inch, or a little less?
2.5
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
is about an inch, yeah.
Why was it? Why was hypersensitivity important in this case?
Well, hypersensitivity is a very unpleasant sensation, and it's often associated with scars. So my job is not just to make the scar look better, but it is to reduce the hypersensitivity. That's in some respects the most important thing, is to reduce the
I have
hypersensitivity.
scars, but I wouldn't say that they're sensitive. What does that even mean?
And when you examined the scar earlier, you testified that you were of the opinion that the scar came about from fingernail. Is that correct?
Objection leading, mischaracterizes the
Right?
What is your expert opinion as to where the scar came from on Emani Ellis's left cheek?
Well, based on the direction of the scars, based on the fact that there were 2 to 3 scars that were parallel, and they were vertically oriented, in other words, up to down, based on the fact that the central scar was the deepest, based on the fact that the central scar started the highest. This is a pattern that is most closely associated with fingernails, because the middle finger is longer than the index finger and the ring finger.
Sir, are you
So
an
when the
acrylic nails
fingers are drawn
expert?
down, the middle finger causes the deepest scrape, and the other scars cause a lesser deep scar. And they also begin later than the middle finger, because the middle finger being longest, it grips the skin first. So it's the highest. The central scar is the highest. And the fact that they're parallel is highly suggestive of a fingernail injury.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what does it mean for the jury, if you could explain, what does medical certainty mean when an expert makes that type of
51% or more. It's the most likely explanation. There are other explanations, but this is the most likely explanation.
And in order to formulate your opinion, you reviewed medical records, correct?
Well, I did, but that wasn't as important as the
No,
physical.
of course, I was going to go through a laundry list of what we did, but why don't you just tell me, what did you do to formulate your expert opinion?
The number one thing I did was examine the patient. That's the number one thing. So I noticed where the scar was. I noticed what symptoms she was having. And that alone, sure, the medical records are helpful. You always review them just in case there's something that might be important if you're doing surgery on somebody later. But the physical exam is the most important thing. That tells you what you need to do with the patient.
Are we going to get Papa Roach all day?
In how many cases over the last 30 years, and how many patients have you treated for assault and battery type of incident?
Many hundreds.
And is there an emotional component that goes along with this type of injury?
Objection, outside the scope of this designation, vice foundation, cultural speculation.
Assistant.
In your medical report under social history, you state post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, headaches. Is there any reason why you wrote that?
Well, that's information that the patient gave us. It's not a diagnosis I made, it's the information that the patient gave us.
And future prognosis, it says I would anticipate a 50% improvement in the scar. Was that, did the treatment you provide produce a 50% or more improvement?
I believe it did.
Was your patient happy with the medical treatment that she received?
Objection calls for speculation, not submission.
You can answer.
Oh, I can answer. Well, she expressed satisfaction with her procedure to me. I'd been very upfront with her that her likely outcome was that the scar would be better, but not gone.
Okay.
And I just want to ask you a few more questions about the medical bills. Your medical evaluation charge of $1,500 on November 4th of 2022. You reviewed that bill, correct?
Yes,
Do you believe that the medical treatments on November 4th of 2022 in your office were reasonable and medically necessary?
yes,
Do you believe that the medical treatments in your office on November 4th of 2022 were related to this incident of February 24th of 2018?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation, outside the scope of this designation.
True.
Now, aside from your $1,500 charge and your $2,500 charge times 2 for a total of $5,000, there was also a surgery center charge from Neo Surgery Center, is that correct?
yes,
And you reviewed those bills from Neo Surgery Center?
yes,
Okay, and you told us a little bit about your background. Are the charges of $5,500 for each time you treated Emani Ellis in the surgery center, are those reasonable
yes,
and medically necessary?
yes,
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
yes,
And are the treatments at Neo Surgery Center related to this incident of 2/24/18?
yes. I
Objection.
believe so.
Again, outside the scope of this designation.
This lawyer is not good, you guys, by the way. At all. And your kid was on the keyboard.
And
Oh,
just so there's clarity on the other 3 bills, the $1,500 one and the $5,000 for 2 procedures. You testified that those were reasonable and medically necessary, correct?
Yes,
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
yes,
Do you believe Miss Emani Ellis could benefit from any future type of plastic surgery?
Objection calls for speculation, argumentative as well.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Miss Emani Ellis needs any future medical care in your office?
Same objection, lacks foundation.
Why don't you establish foundation, counsel?
In reviewing all the records and bills from the past that you've seen, and diagnosing the patient and seeing the patient, do you have any opinion as to whether Miss Emani Ellis needs future medical care?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Do you plan to provide Miss Emani Ellis any future medical treatment?
Objection, speculation, lacks foundation.
Okay. You can answer.
not currently, but I'd be happy to do it if she asked me to.
I'm sure you would for that amount of money. You're like, yeah.
Probably more medical micro.
I'll sustain the objection and please describe it, what the response was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what future medical care you would want to provide to this patient?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Establish foundation that there's any basis for even to form an opinion that she needs any future care.
Is there any basis for you to form an opinion that you need future medical care?
Objection.
I've seen your wounds,
Cultural
Buffy.
speculation.
It is not just a scratch.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She still has scarring.
And what could she benefit from?
She could,
Objection. Cultural speculation.
You get benefit from a $24 million check.
she could benefit from some more medical microneedling.
How many more treatments?
Objection. Cultural speculation. Lacks foundation.
Assisting.
If she received one more procedure, what would the cost be for the entire process, which would include your charges and the surgery center charges?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
Well, it'd be approximately $6,500 for the professional fee and then $9,500 for the surgery center fee.
So does that mean that the surgery center cost has also gone up recently?
Yes,
So is that approximately 15,000?
approximately.
That's crazy.
And how much better do you believe the scar would be if she received that treatment you just told us about?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Cultural speculation.
Assisting.
Do you have an
Cardi
opinion
saying what?
as to what benefit the treatment would give Miss Emani Ellis if she had one more microneedling procedure in your office?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
I would estimate she would have an additional 15 to 20% improvement.
Is there any way to get to as close as you can to 100%?
Objection. Cultural speculation. Lacks foundation.
Assisting.
Do you have an opinion of how Miss Emani Ellis can make her scar better than just 15 to 20%?
Well, she will never,
Assisting. Give us out some foundation. Witness knows the answer.
Do you have an opinion as to what type of, well, strike that. Do you have an opinion as to the percentage of improvement that Miss Emani Ellis can have if she has more than just one procedure in your office?
Objection. Lacks foundation.
I can't say. It would take another treatment to determine that. If she had no further benefit, then that would be the end of the treatment. If she had further benefit, then that would justify more treatment.
And then I want to ask you a little bit more about medical treatment on a lean basis. Can you tell us what percentage of your practice do you treat patients on a lean basis?
A very small percentage.
Is it less than 10%?
Probably, yes. I don't know the exact number, but probably, yes.
Most of your patients pay out of pocket themselves out of they pay cash or credit card.
It's not medically necessary.
Yes, they pay, cash, or I have charity, so they pay nothing.
When you treat a patient on a lean basis, does that mean, I'll strike that. When a patient treats on a lean basis, isn't it true that the lean is created simply for your added protection?
Objection. Leading.
Assisting.
Does Miss Emani Ellis owe you in your medical practice $17,500?
Yes,
And no matter what the outcome is of this case, she still owes you that money.
Objection. Leading.
that's
So
correct.
she's been paid nothing in 3
And
years.
You've agreed to wait until this case is resolved before pursuing your medical bills?
Objection. Leading.
Yes,
Is that common practice when you treat patients on a lean basis?
yes,
And medical, isn't it true that all types of different medical providers treat patients on a lean basis?
Objection. Leading. Lacks foundation.
Assisting.
Have you seen other types of medical doctors treat patients on a lean basis?
yes,
And you've seen surgery centers do that?
yes,
Pain management doctors,
yes,
chiropractors,
yes.
dentists?
I've seen all types of doctors perform surgeries on a lean, yes.
If you can go to exhibit number 5, please, in your book. Are you there now?
I am, yes.
Do you see a report from a Dr. Norman for treatment on July 23 of 25?
Yes,
Did you review this report and bill?
I did.
Is this the most recent medical visit that Emani Ellis received to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
Is this treatment at Dr. Norman's office the most recent medical treatment that you're aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, this is an excluded
So,
Document has not been excluded.
and
the,
Max Foundation.
so you're asking him if he knows whether she saw another doctor after this visit?
In reviewing,
How do you know that?
in reviewing the medical records and bills, the 85 pages, I want to establish that this is the last medical visit that the plaintiff has received
How does he know that?
by reviewing the medical records. Your Honor.
That's insane.
Ooh, this guy is not a super attorney. Putting that out there.
Isn't it true that after July of 23 of 25, there are no further medical records that you've reviewed?
I don't know.
I'll be back.
Did you take photographs of the patient when she first came in on November 4th of 22?
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
In reviewing your medical records and bills and reports, did you confirm that Ms. Emani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes,
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
yes,
And because she's a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, we need Max Foundation.
Insisting.
Isn't it true that when you saw Emani Ellis on those 3 occasions, you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs?
Objection, we need.
actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition, the defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay,
There's a total of 12 photographs, correct?
yes.
These are the photographs that you took in your medical office?
Well, these are, so low resolution copies of the photographs, yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs, right?
Well, you could still see it, but it's, you don't see detail.
Is it common practice to take photographs of your patients when they come in before they do procedures?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible. So if you have a photograph, I don't always operate on patients right away. Sometimes it's months later. And then I like to have an accurate photograph.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
I don't know that there's any foundation that those are the photographs that he took, but
I can ask you, Your Honor, if you want. Will council stipulate to the photograph?
Which one? Why don't we not propose stipulations in front of the jury?
Sorry.
Oh my God, do not tell me that I just missed it. Did I?
Can you look at the blue exhibit book in front of you? Yeah. Defendant exhibit 228.
Okay.
Request the public, Your Honor.
I don't know that he's identified. Do you know?
If you look at this photograph, the color one, is this a better photograph of Emani Ellis' mark?
Yes,
And this is a photograph that was taken in your office on November 4th of 22 by your office staff, correct?
Let's see
Yes.
it.
And you maintain your photographs in your office as part of your
$24
business
million
Yes.
scar.
Your Honor, I'm requesting to show the witness exhibit 228 on the Elmo so he can confirm details about this photograph. Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Elmo song. Oh, God, I hate that so much. Oh, is this it?
I'm going to use the pen, and if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
Counsel, there's a pointer there. If you would just want him to get down and
What?
use the pointer on the screen.
There's a
Is
pointer
it right
behind
there by her nose?
you.
Is
And if
that?
you could just show us where the scar is located.
all right, let's see. So this is a terrible picture, it's sort of like, oh, there you go, that's better. No, it's not. Okay, there's the main scar here. And this entire area here shows differences in the skin, sort of a general area that's very different from the rest of the skin. And there's a little linear mark here. And there's another one over here. So those are the three marks that I was talking about. This is the main scar down the center. And this is another mark to the side. Here's another mark on this side. So those are the scars. And this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different, the pores are of different size.
Oh,
They're
my
a little
goodness.
washed out and a little, they've lost some of the normal undulations of skin, which are called reed pegs. But that happens often with scarring.
Okay, and if we look at this,
Ma'am.
this photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Emani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick and then it appears she's wearing something.
Thank you.
Should we try that Amica cream now? You can't even like see it.
And
Wild.
if on the Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objection, calls for speculation, not summation.
Yeah,
Did, in your medical opinion, did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, lacks foundation, non-justification.
right?
Did
Wow.
Miss Emani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
And if you could just tell us again a little bit about the hypersensitivity, is that associated with any pain?
Yes, it's a dysesthesia, meaning an abnormal sensation that's unpleasant, a dysesthesia.
The procedure that you
That is
did,
this trial.
did it take the hypersensitivity away to your knowledge?
It reduced it. It did not take it away.
Do you know approximately by what percentage?
National Lab Foundation Cultural Declaration.
Assistant.
Hearsay.
When you say reduced it, is that's your expert opinion, correct?
Objection, leading, Lab Foundation, cultural speculation. and hearsay.
He's written down all the objections on this guy. Is this his first case, like, ever? Is he like a super
Then
baby
I just
lawyer?
want to ask you a little bit more about whether the type of injury from fingernails would cause a break in the skin or cause there to be blood. Do you have an opinion about that?
Objection, Lab Foundation, cultural speculation.
Assistant.
Would you have expected Emani Ellis, in the type of injury that you see here, to have suffered any blood loss?
Objection, cultural speculation, Lab Foundation.
Assistant.
You sure you want to ask that question? Because your client didn't even remember if it bled or not. So,
And patients in Fitzpatrick 5, do they have more of a tendency to, do their scars become keloids?
Objection, Lab Foundation.
keloid.
Foundation.
Do you have experience with keloids?
Yes.
What is a keloid?
The keloid is an overgrowth of scar tissue from the original scar.
Do patients in Fitzpatrick 5 have more tendency to have their scars turn into keloids?
Yes.
And why is that?
We don't know.
Do you believe that Emani Ellis' scar was a keloid when you examined her on November 4th?
Objection, Lab Foundation.
Over.
No.
Even Cardi's like, I don't even know what's really going on, but this is stupid.
Are there any future appointments for Miss Emani Ellis to see you in the future?
I don't believe so.
Really not because she hasn't paid her
Thank
bill.
you. No further questions at this time.
$20,000.
Folks, why don't we take our morning break? When we take a 15-minute break, we'll be back at 10:45. In the
Wow.
meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 10:45.
I have never seen a more bogus injury ever. Oh gosh. Ugh. It's not great. This lawyer is horrible. And oh wait, he said 15 minutes, right? So we got a little while. Oh, there's Mr. Fusselman, right? I think that's his
Let me
name.
just go on the record briefly. I think the local rules are pretty specific regarding offering stipulations in front of the jury, which you're not supposed to do, so please don't do that again. Secondly, local rules are also pretty specific on brief legal grounds for objections. I don't want back and forth on arguing objections. If there's going to be a request for a sidebar, we can address it that way. I don't generally grant sidebars, but I don't want arguments regarding objections in front of the jury.
Sorry, Your Honor, it was an error on my part. I didn't
That's right.
know that.
But you do want the grounds?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Brief legal grounds.
Hearsay, yeah, stop.
Your Honor, may I ask a quick question about a witness?
Sure.
So my client's mother is here,
Yeah.
and she's her only day off.
Okay.
I want to swap her for the grandmother, or add her in as a witness.
Is she on the witness list?
Yes.
Any issue with that?
It'd be nice to have 24 hours notice. We haven't been getting that, but
I might.
I don't have an issue with that.
I don't know, we don't either, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it would be nice.
All right.
So,
You got
the other
20
side
to
has
30 minutes
no
across here?
idea.
I would say 30.
Okay.
And it's gonna be Mr. Lamb.
Okay. They're going on another little mini break. Oop, there we go. Should be soon.
And alternate. And it's time for the cross-examination Dr. Mullick, and sir, you're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
All right.
It is kind of like that, isn't it? Sorry, if you guys don't know, Savage has been posting gifts to his references in our Discord server since you can't put gifts in YouTube,
Did
which
plaintiff come to you
I think is
for
stupid.
evaluation or treatment in 2018?
No.
The first time you saw plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November
Your
2022.
voice is very soft. Very good. Sorry.
No problem.
Who's this guy?
The first time that you saw the plaintiff was not until 4 years later in November 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, trial exhibit 228, that was taken in your
Andrew
office
Kelly.
before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was taken the first time that you saw Miss Ellis.
Correct.
Could you please open the white binder to exhibit 4?
Kelly, if you can spot the scar from the picture they just showed without them pointing it
First
out,
page.
you deserve $24 million.
This
Yes,
is, thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
that's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Miss Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, you're not diagnosing Miss Ellis with headaches or depression.
Correct.
Okay, and also according to this medical evaluation document, plaintiff told you or your staff that the scar was caused by another individual who placed their long fingernails with sharp objects in her face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ask Miss Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
At the time of your evaluation, were you aware that Miss Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I think he wants his $20,000
I'm not
that
sure if I knew
Money
then.
owes him first and foremost.
I don't think I knew that.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Miss Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek with both the index finger and the middle finger?
Objection to this basic testimony is overruled.
Yes, roughly. I still believe that to be true.
Cardi B is left-handed. Dun, dun, dun. Actually, I don't think it really matters. When you're scratching, I mean, both hands work. But
Sorry.
the attorney that's questioning him looks like BJ Novak from like
Oh, yeah.
behind. He's Ryan
your
from the
previous
office.
answer,
in
you
case you
testified
don't know
that
his
that
real
was
name.
roughly what your testimony was at your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Could we please look at the deposition transcript from page 76, line 9 to page 77, line 3?
Do I have that anywhere? Do you know?
It'll appear on the.
Ah.
Any questions?
Yeah, I don't have the transcript. Yeah, I didn't produce one. This one I don't have. It was, we tried to get it from their court reporter, but they didn't get it to us.
I haven't seen objections in the deposition, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In this action, are you offering an opinion as to whether or not the scar that you diagnosed was caused by the defendant in this action?
Well, I can't say it was caused by any one person. If you ask me the most logical explanation, it looks like fingernails to me, striking in a downward direction. That's the most plausible example, or the most plausible explanation for the position of the start of the scars, or the higher position of the right scar. Well, it would be by a right-handed person to the patient's left side of their face, which is the right side that we're observing. Starting at the top, they both start at the right level for one being an index finger, one being a middle finger. The middle finger one is a little deeper and wider, as it would be on a middle finger. And then the index finger continues on down further than the middle finger stretch. So that would be the most plausible explanation for me, given the appearance of the scars and the finding of the scars. That's my opinion.
The only treatment
He does a little
that you
bit.
provided to Ms. Ellis was 2 sessions of microneedling, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2023?
I'd have to check about the dates, but I believe so.
Microneedling involves the use of a device that looks a little bit like an oversized pen, is that correct?
Well, pens don't look that way. It has a head on it that reciprocates. It has a motor in it. So it's not really like a pen.
It's something that you hold.
Nothing like
cylindrically
that,
shaped.
apparently.
Yeah, you hold it in your hand. Yeah.
And during each of those microneedling sessions, you moved that device 5 times across the 2 centimeter area that you're describing as Ms. Ellis'
Thank you,
is that
Andrew.
correct?
Well, I also did areas to the periphery of that as well. So there was as I explained to you in the deposition, there was, and showed on the photograph, there's a larger area of changes of the skin, which I would characterize as scarring. So I did those areas as well. So it wasn't just on the main scar, it was also on the area to the periphery of that scar.
It was not, scratch it. The microneedling procedure was not done on the plaintiff's entire face, though, is that correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we had a double negative there.
Triple.
You said it. Triple negative.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see, I forgot my face.
Did you do it over
Yeah,
there?
thank you. Did you use the microneedling device on the
I don't.
plaintiff's entire face?
No.
This woman is out of ridiculous. I don't even understand what we're doing here.
And
The balls
the
that
actual
took to
process
bring this to
of-
court is crazy.
moving the microneedling device across the plaintiff's the scar took you no more than 2 or 3 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, it's probably a little more, but roughly that.
Neo Surgery Center is your business,
Emani,
is that correct?
what a
That's correct.
show.
You're the sole owner?
The sole owner, yes.
It's a Peacemaker Suicide Squad
And
reference.
looking back, this is White Binder Exhibit 1. Turn to page 1.
Oh. I remember those days.
Which binder, blue or white?
White.
Oh, okay.
I mean, is that what this micro needling is
And
then,
what are we looking at?
basically?
I'm sorry.
This is page 1.
So
I'm sorry?
confused.
Page 1.
What the
Exhibit
hell?
1-001. Do you see that?
His
Oh,
body
yes,
is,
I see
is
that.
strange. So
Did you create this document?
No,
Is it correct that the total amount of charges in this case between you and your Neo Surgery Center is $17,500?
yes,
And I believe you testified earlier that $1,500 of that amount was for your initial evaluation. Is that correct?
that's correct.
That leaves a combined total of $16,000 for the 2 microneedling sessions. Is that correct?
Yes.
math doesn't math up.
And that's $8,000 per microneedling session.
Well, it was a surgery done in a surgery center with surgery staff. So it wasn't really a microneedling session. It was a surgery.
I'll move to strike as non-responsive.
It's not responsive.
Please disregard the past response.
Wow.
Your fee was $8,000. Scratch that. The combined total was $8,000 per microneedling session. Is that correct?
Do you mean just for the microneedling or for the preparation of the patient and the post-operative care of the patient?
Oh, Ted Von D.
I just don't understand your question.
Are you required to be a board certified plastic surgeon for microneedling?
What kind of microneedling?
There's different kinds. Oh,
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant can perform medical microneedling, the type of procedure that you performed in this instance?
Under certain circumstances and under the supervision of a physician, they would be allowed to perform that. But however, they would not be allowed to perform a surgery independently. So I don't want to conflate the two.
okay. I don't think that really tells us the difference between them.
You also
One's
testified
in
at
a
your
fancier
deposition
room
that
than the other.
there's no particular formula that you used to calculate this $16,000 fee. Is that correct?
Well, it's based on my experience as a medical director for 25 years
Super.
of what the usual and customary fees are for these procedures. So it's not just randomly chosen.
Amos, it's not a scam.
And is your testimony that the fee you charge is usual and customary in this community? Is that correct?
Yes,
You also testified earlier that the plaintiff was charged for your services on a lien basis. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And by a lien basis, do you agree that means that if the plaintiff wins this case and is awarded money, you have a right to collect your fees from the award?
Objection misstates the testimony of the witness.
Well, I don't believe that's what happens. I believe the patient owes the money for the services rendered, regardless of the outcome of the case.
And then you countersue
So it's
them
not just if the patient wins,
in small
it's
claims.
regardless of the outcome of the case.
Has Ms. Ellis paid you for your services today?
No,
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay.
If Ms. Ellis had come to your office as a patient who didn't have a pending lawsuit and had the exact same procedure done and paid for it then, would you have charged less money than you charged in this case?
Well, there were many aspects of her presentation that would not be found in a typical cash paying patient. For example, the hypersensitivity of her injury and the nature of her scarring. Those wouldn't be typically found in a cash paying patient. So how can I equate the fees between someone who has injuries versus someone who comes in for cosmetic purposes?
What does that even mean? Okay.
You can't scratch that. Are you saying that there's no possible hypothetical in which the plaintiff could have come in and presented the same injury and not have been involved in a lawsuit and just paid you cash for your services?
Do you mean pay cash or pay cash 3 years later
Paid cash.
on the spot?
Wow.
So in other words, you charge 20% more because this was on a lien basis.
Yes.
No further questions? Oh, sorry.
Because she didn't pay all up front. So he gives a 20% discount if you pay in all cash up front. She hasn't paid shit in 3 years. So.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
He did not do her whole face. They asked. He said no.
All right. Dr. Mulligan, you testified about the injury being caused by a right-handed person or a left-handed person.
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Assisting.
Does it, well, strike. Could this injury have been caused by a left-handed person?
Objection, lacks
I withdraw
foundation.
the question. In this case, the defendant is a left-handed person. Does that mean that she cannot have caused this injury?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Assisting.
Counsel asked you whether this injury was caused by a right-handed person. You remember the question he asked you?
Yes.
I think he was asking what his testimony was.
Did counsel ask you about your testimony in the deposition that you gave on March 27th of 25?
Yes.
And during that testimony, counsel asked you and showed you a small segment of your deposition where you said that this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember saying that in your deposition?
I said most likely.
The fact that the person is, well, strike.
Yes.
For example, I'm left-handed. If I take my right hand and I scratch somebody, is that possible?
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
Assisting.
I think this lawyer's going to. I mean, he strikes his own stuff
When
all
you
of the
said
time.
when you said right-handed person, did you mean that the injury, in your opinion, as an expert, was caused by the right hand?
She had
Objection,
2 car accidents. I think one in like 2020,
What did you mean?
the other in
Well,
2022.
it's on the left side of the face.
She definitely had 2.
The most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator, for want of a better word.
And
Just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
and if you look at the perpetrator there,
objection, Your Honor.
or, I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at the defendant, Cardi B sitting there, she has 2 hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, speculation.
Does the defendant have 2 hands?
You need to wait for the court to rule on the objection. The objection is over.
Does the defendant have two hands?
Please don't.
Yes, she has two hands.
Cardi B, I will represent you as left-handed. In your testimony at the deposition, if you were to take that the way that they want you to take that, it would be impossible for a Cardi B to have caused this injury. However, there's no question. The question is this: isn't it true that Cardi B, who's left-handed, could have used her right hand to scratch Emani Ellis on the day of the incident?
Objection, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
It's beyond the scope, counsel.
What's that, I'm sorry?
Is it objection sustained?
Yes.
When you testified that it happened by a right-handed person, did you mean that the person
He didn't
actually
testify.
writes with their right
Counsel,
hand?
he said it was most likely caused by them. That was his most likely explanation. He didn't say who caused it or how.
When you said most likely caused, did you mean it was caused by someone using their right hand, or the fact that they write with their right hand?
Objection,
That's
compound.
my question.
My apologies. Objection, compound, lacks foundation, outside the scope.
Overruled.
It doesn't matter. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's just the left side of the face was scratched.
With the
So
right hand.
typically, if people are facing each other, it would be the right hand. It's hard to reach across with the left hand unless the person was standing to the side, which may or may not have happened. I don't know.
And in this case, the
Are they going to
defendant
do a reenactment? Because I
could have
really
used
hope
both of
so.
her hands to scratch Emani Ellis if she wanted to. Isn't that true?
Objection.
It's sustained. He's not a causation expert, I don't think, right?
No, this,
Okay, so let's stop talking about causation then.
okay, sorry.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
When counsel asked you about microneedling, the fact that it takes 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 1 minute, that is the actual time that you're working on the patient's face when you're doing that procedure, correct?
Objection, Jessica.
Well, not really.
Overruled.
Yes, not really at all, because you can't just walk up to somebody and stick a needle in their face. You have to prep them. You have to make sure you're working on the right side of the face. You have to make sure your equipment is there. You have to make sure that the person is calm, that they're numb, that they've been numbed by topical agent, then that they've been numbed by a needle with lidocaine in it, and the patient is comfortable. They're adequately
dentist?
protected against lumps and bumps on the exam room chair. So you can't just walk up to somebody and cut their face. You have to do all this preparation. That's part of the surgery. And as part of the surgery, after the surgery, to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction or they don't have, welts resulting or a burn injury that is incurred. All those are part of the surgery. It's not just walking up and cutting someone in the face. Yes, the actual pressing of the button might take 3 minutes, but without the proper preparation or the proper follow-up, it's not a surgery.
And in this case, when you saw the patient on the 2 times on February 20th, 23 and March 20th of 23, you performed surgery on this patient, correct?
Yes.
This was not a outpatient medical. Was this an outpatient? Well, sorry, I withdraw that.
I still don't understand why they need to do this at a
This was an
hospital.
outpatient surgery.
The dentists do more invasive things in their office.
So a surgery means that you're in an operating room with a certain level of accreditation, and you have a scrum technician, and you have a registered nurse, and you have a doctor. So those are necessary for the procedure to be performed as it is. And that's very different from doing a cosmetic microneedling where the depth is 1/2 of a millimeter, not 2 millimeters. So 1/2 of a millimeter doesn't break the skin. It doesn't draw blood. But when it's 2 millimeters, that's as deep as the microneedling goes. That goes through the dermis and causes blood. So that's very different than a cosmetic microneedling. It's totally different. And it's done in a different setting. So you can't confuse the two. They may be called microneedling, but they're very different. One is a surgery, one is an outpatient procedure done for cosmetic purposes.
still not explaining the difference to me.
And,
Anybody?
For the two, if you can look at your exhibit book number 4 in the white binder,
Yes.
4-005 or 4-006, that's a 2-page document which says operative note.
Yes.
And
Well,
you go to the one before it.
nerd.
Well, straight. When you wrote the operative note, is that the same type of operative note you would write for other types of surgeries such as breast augmentation or nose surgeries?
Objection, irrelevant, outside scope.
And back to the 3-minute question that you were asked earlier. From the 3 minutes, if we were to subtract the 3 minutes out of the whole procedure from the start to finish, how much time elapsed when
It's like-
Emani Ellis came to your office and left? If you understand.
2
the question.
centimeters or something.
Estimated at 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours?
Yes.
And you were required to use your operating room during those 2 to 3 hours?
Yes, the operating room or the recovery area.
And you used local anesthesia?
Use topical anesthesia first and then local anesthesia.
Okay, and the reason you charge 20% more for patients that are treated on a lean basis, is that because of the fact that you're required to wait for payment?
Objection, leading.
Yes, 3 years. You have to wait 3 years.
Okay, and in this case, not only have you had to wait for 3 years, you also have to suffer the consequences of the fact that the bill was billed $4,000 less, according to your earlier testimony, times 2, correct?
Objection, leading lies foundation.
Earlier, you testified that your bills of $2,500 should have been billed at $6,500, is that correct?
That's correct. That's my fault. That's mine.
And
That's my
if the procedure is going to be done again, or at this time, if the same procedure was done, it wouldn't be 6,500, it would be 9,500?
Objection, outside the scope.
And at this point, Ms. Emani Ellis owes you $17,500 for the 2 surgeries and the office visit that she had with you and all of the paperwork and reports that you've created related to this case.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right, recross.
Nothing here.
All right, any questions from the jury? You want to write those out? I think these questions are fine to ask.
Judge, I'm sorry, can I add one?
Sure.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Back. Did I miss anything of excitement? Probably not.
All right, some of these overlap, and so I'll try and combine them.
Yay! Congrats, Terry.
Did you see any evidence of a scratch on the nose?
Adorable, Kelly.
No.
Can you tell whether the scar that you examined
Are these
was
jury
caused
questions?
by jewelry?
It could have been. The most likely explanation, given the trajectory, is fingernails, but it could have been jewelry.
I didn't know the jury got
All
to
right,
ask
can
questions.
you offer an opinion as to the approximate age on the scar on her left cheek?
It's impossible to know because after roughly a year, the scar is mature. So it really wouldn't change very much. So you can't tell the age of the scar.
You used the term medical necessity, or I think it was asked during a question. What is your definition of medical necessity?
Good questions.
If the patient is likely to derive a benefit from a procedure, then you could say there is medical necessity. If they're likely to derive a benefit from it.
Okay.
Generally, can a scar form without breaking the skin?
Yes, a scar can form by scrapes or by breaking the skin, either one. But it definitely can occur in superficial scratches.
So the court's going to ask its own follow-up with regard to that. So can you describe how a scar can, or what the difference is between an abrasion and actually breaking the skin?
So the skin has basically the epidermis, which is the recycling layer, and then the dermis, which is the thick layer. Most of the blood supply is in the subdermal plexus, just below the dermis. That's where the main blood supply is. So the bleeding typically happens most when that dermis is completely breached. So a laceration that went all the way through the epidermis to the dermis and down to the subdermal plexus, that would cause a lot of bleeding. But for example, when we harvest skin graft, for example, in a burn patient, we go through the dermis. So we take a thin piece of the dermis and it's a bloodless plane, meaning there's not a lot of bleeding when you go through the superficial dermis. But yet we know that people who donate have a donor area for burns. That area can scar considerably, even though the dermis is never perforated. So yes, a minimal dermal injury may not bleed, but can produce scarring.
Okay.
And I think you identified a scratch and then some additional scratches on the cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that all of the scratches came from fingernails?
Well, that's the most likely scenario given the patient's history. Could it have been a dwarf with sharp toes who jumped up? Possible, not likely.
Oh,
But
so
it could have
dwarf has
most
been ruled
likely
out, apparently.
fingernails. But there are many other things that would leave 3 linear marks. But just given the patient's history, that's the most likely scenario.
And I'm going to just rephrase this question. Is it fair to say that when you agree to treat on a lien, you're deferring payment until the resolution of the pending litigation?
Yes. So we defer the patient paying the bill until the case has settled.
but it's fair to say that at least according to the terms of the lien, that the patient is responsible regardless of the outcome of the litigation.
Yes, the patient is responsible for the bill.
All right, thank you. Can counsel give any follow-ups based on those questions?
That's a lot of jury questions.
Just one. My mayor.
Go ahead.
Do you have any evidence that this scar could be caused by a car accident? Any medical record, anything at all?
Objection.
A car accident?
Outside the scope of investigation.
I agree, but I'll allow the question.
I don't have any evidence, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right, anything from the defense?
Well, I know, please. Don't think you.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank
Okay.
you, doctor.
Well,
Thank you.
that's all of Dr. Mulkin.
All right, and if I have
Interesting.
another witness to call.
Who's up next? There we go.
Another witness?
Yes.
Oh.
Your Honor, plaintiff is calling Emani Ellis' mother as the next witness.
Does she have a name?
No,
Ms. Schmidt, what's the first name? Leanne Schmidt.
you
All
didn't
right.
even know her first name. Sir. Sir. You are the attorney for a $24 million lawsuit and you do not know your witness's name. Get out. Wow. Wow, indeed. Okay. Well, let's see how Mom does on the stand. Jeez. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Schmidt.
Yeah.
Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you
Obvious.
solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Leanne Schmidt, Leanne, last name Schmidt.
Great, thank you. You may take this seat. Please watch your step.
All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted, is it?
No, she's not.
And how many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first?
Imani is the eldest.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Did Emani Ellis, during her time with you from 0 to 19, ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and batter anybody?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Never.
Scratch anybody?
Never.
Did anyone hit Emani Ellis in those 19 years?
Never.
I just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist, currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And what is a phlebotomist, for those that don't know what it is?
The phlebotomist is a Greek word meaning a person who extracts blood from a vein via tube to vein.
And do you work in a medical center or hospital?
I work at Keck USC School of Medicine. It's a outpatient laboratory.
You work for the university?
Yes.
Fine. And as far as, are you aware of the facts of this case?
Yes, I am.
What is your understanding of it? Why are we here today?
Objection here, sir.
Assisting.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis?
Objection here. hearsay, last one.
Counselor, unless she was there,
Were you there?
I was not,
Were you there in spirit?
of course.
Were you there in spirit?
What is your understanding about your daughter's profession in 2018? What was her profession, your understanding?
Objection, hearsay, last one.
I'm not sure where this is going on, so why don't you move on?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
How do you know that?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
How do you know that?
Good grief, indeed.
I was there when she went on her interview, not physically there, but she did notify me of the
In
interview
spirit.
and she notified me of her hire date.
And was her plan to continue in security and law enforcement?
Objection, hearsay.
Why don't we move on to what she knows, not what she was told?
Do you know if Emani Ellis was interested in being a police officer in the future?
Same.
Sustained.
Did you notice some changes in Emani Ellis after this incident of February 24th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
Were you advised, we'll strike that. Did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face?
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left her home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
You can-
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
And in those 25 years, did Miss Emani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand, but my question is, aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know is, do you have knowledge if Miss Emani Ellis, your daughter, sustained this scar from somewhere else?
Objection.
Something else outside of this incident?
No,
Do you have any information for that?
If there's an objection, please let me rule on it. The objection is overruled.
So your understanding is that the scar to her face was caused from this incident?
Objection, Lex Foundation calls for speculation and hearsay.
Sustained.
How do you know that the scar was to your daughter's face was caused by this incident?
Objection,
she
Brady, and same other rules.
Overruled.
You can answer.
she did notify me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
Oh, I forgot about the spitting.
How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
Or did
actually
she come to you?
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying? What happened?
She was hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Lex Foundation, hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this
Who
incident?
cares?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B now?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Exactly, irrelevant.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you learn
She
that?
got her mischaracterized as a test for the calls for hearsay, and this is Lex Foundation.
dog
aside
hair on my
from,
mic.
I'll start that. Are you aware if your daughter had any car accidents?
Objection, cautious hearsay. Hearsay.
I withdraw the question. Were you advised that your daughter had a car accident in 2021 and 2023?
Objection, hearsay, lacks foundation.
Assistant.
Do you know if your daughter sustained injuries in any car accidents?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Assistant.
Earlier, you testified that your daughter had contacted you after the incident. Did she call you over the telephone?
She did.
If the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
I would say about 30 minutes after she called.
Could it have been a shorter time?
Objection, cautious speculation.
Assistant.
Could it have been a longer time?
Objection, speculation.
Assistant.
How did you come up
Sir.
with 30 minutes?
Oh,
Based on around the time that she called, it was like a little bit after, right away after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you, was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
you and
What
your
did she tell you?
Lars. Drama.
Assistant.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32.
Correct.
In these 32 years, have you seen your daughter fight physically with anybody?
Not one fight, not even in school.
Okay.
That you saw.
Would you consider her a peacemaker?
Objection, lacks foundation, cautious speculation.
Okay.
You can.
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Emani is a very compassionate person. I believe that she has very good, she has very good character in terms of having a sense of sensitivity to others and how they feel.
Okay.
Do you know what Emani Ellis does with her time now as far as work?
Objection, lacks foundation, hearsay.
Assistant.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Oh, hi, Lainey. Yes, we're
do you
live all
ever,
this week at
speak
10
with Emani Ellis
a.m.
about her current
Hi,
profession?
No, not really.
And she's currently somewhere in the medical field. Is that correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, cautious speculation, and.
Assistant.
Earlier,
Good girl.
you testified that Emani Ellis was spit on. Where did you learn that information?
Objection.
Assistant.
Sorry.
Have you ever seen Cardi B before today?
On television,
How many times?
too many to count.
More than 5.
Shut
Yes.
More than 50.
Objection, relevance.
Sir.
When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long?
Objection, lacks foundation, cautious speculation, and relevance.
Assistant.
Does if you look at the defendant now, you see her fingernails?
Yes,
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Objection.
short.
Lacks foundation.
Did you,
Exactly, Angie.
when you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
No, they were always very long,
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is not normal, correct?
Correct.
How would she know that?
No further questions. All right, promise.
Oh, my
Thank
God.
you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmidt, just a few questions. You love your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
and you're here to help her, right?
Yes,
And you believe her,
yes,
and you believe her even if you don't need evidence to believe her, do you?
I believe her.
Were you aware that when she was, when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, well, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you aware that your daughter, in an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Allied for her misconduct that day?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware of that, ma'am?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So not very helpful. Not a horrible witness.
Actually, I don't have any questions.
I actually don't have anything. I didn't even know her name until like 5 minutes ago when I called her.
All right, thanks for coming down, man.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
All right, does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Diane Schmidt. Can this witness stay here now that she's testified?
If she's not going to be recalled.
She's not going to be recalled.
What's that?
then no.
She might be recalled, yes.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What, sir?
I will get her.
Where did he go to school? So I know where to apply. Because, wow. All right. So grandmother is up next. I don't know how people have them that long. I mean, I generally have like long fingernails. I grow my own, but that's about as long as I can do. The really long ones, how do they do things? I don't know. You just did your nails last night? How long are yours, Lainey? Do you like them long? And that's what she said. Scrappy in Alabama. Oh my goodness.
Ms. Schmidt? Thank you. Please stand right next to the court reporter. That's fine.
Right there.
That's fine. Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
Oh, okay.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ooh, Kelly.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Diane Schmidt, DIANNESHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
All right, let's see what Grandma has to say.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Mm,
You're Emani Ellis' grandmother.
I am,
You live in Las Vegas.
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I work for City National Bank
For how many
here
years?
in LA.
How many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired from there.
Did you? You are. I'm sorry.
Sir.
On how many? What type of basis would you see Emani Ellis
Oh,
over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month. unless business takes her other way, elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born in 1992 up until the present, you saw her regularly?
I saw her every week. In fact, when she came home from the hospital, she came to me. Her mother was sick. She was sick for a while, but she came to me every weekend, her and her other sister.
And you were involved in her day-to-day activities?
Oh, she seems like a really sweet lady.
Sometimes when she asked or whatever.
Did you ever get in any fights, to your knowledge?
Never. She was always the mediator. She always tried to keep things calm. She has 5 brothers and sisters. She's trying always to keep it. She's the eldest, so.
Do you consider her a peacemaker?
Oh, definitely.
What is your understanding of how she got the scar to her face?
What is what?
Do you know how Emani Ellis got the scar to her face?
Objection, Wax Foundation, leading.
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered in 2018?
Assistant counsel, again, focus on what you know.
Do you know if Emani Ellis was ever assaulted?
Yes, I do. She called me almost after it.
You have the same reaction, ma'am. What is happening? I don't know if I've heard this
What are
many
some of the
objections.
changes? Well, strike that. Did you notice a change in Emani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the the and she was shocked that she was reacted that way, and she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she couldn't make it right.
And the incident you were just telling us about, when approximately did it happen, to your knowledge?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was, I don't know what the year was, but it was a long time ago.
When is your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that sounds pretty clear. I don't know, you said 2018?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018,
Yeah.
right after your birthday?
Yeah.
Did you see the scar to Emani Ellis's face after February 24th of 2018?
Objection, Wax Foundation, leading.
You can answer.
I can't? Yeah, I did. She was, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like it damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
Now, let's take it from birth, 1992 up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, did Emani Ellis, to your knowledge, ever sustain a scar to anywhere on her face?
Not that I know of.
Did you ever see a scar during that
Never.
time frame? And after this incident on February 24th of 2018, you with your own eyes saw the scar to her face?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking
And
about, Kelly.
when she got plastic surgery from Dr. Mulliken, did it improve?
Objection,
Oh.
Wax Foundation.
You can answer.
Yeah. He was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Rob?
I don't know what y'all are talking about. So, or maybe I've just zoned it out from listening so loudly in my ear. I don't know.
Hello, Ms. Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you. Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to be a lawyer.
I understand.
But thank you, I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
she either has it or she doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
You know she was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, but
That's a yes.
yes.
yeah, sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says,
Okay.
So, you knew she was employed as a security guard, and you know that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi B.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Consistent.
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
Over.
But
You can answer the question. Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
it was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired by Cardi.
Were you aware that at the time, 2 days after the incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident?
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out. So she apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company that employed her for her own misconduct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did she ever tell you that?
No, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection, misstates the document.
Over.
She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She didn't tell you
just that she was like, her finger was all over her face. So I mean, it could be land anywhere.
Okay, but you only saw a scar, you say,
On her cheek.
on her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you notice the scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Are you aware that in the incident report that counsel asked you about,
We need to.
your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernail into her face?
Objection, outside the scope.
Are you aware in the incident report, which counsel represented that your granddaughter apologized, are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection that this characterizes the document outside the scope.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
Counsel, I'm sure established that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement, like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
Objection. Hearsay, argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
Sustained. Counsel, can I have anything further?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Do you have anything further?
Yes.
The judge is like, sure you're not done here? I think you're done here.
If your granddaughter apologized, could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection,
Sustained.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their
Counsel,
side
she's a
of the
fact
story?
witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
Oh. No, Your Honor. I'm going to go sit down now.
I'm sorry, one moment here.
Oh, boy.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, any recross?
I know you're kidding.
All right, questions from the jury? You want to write that out, please?
This woman's like, I don't even know what's happening.
Ma'am, do you have an approximate time as to when Miss Ellis called you? Do you know the approximate time?
I really couldn't tell you.
Did she tell you how long ago on that phone call? Did she tell you how long prior to the call that it happened? Or in other words, should you say this just happened or it happened earlier?
Oh, she called me right after.
Right after?
And she was humiliated, so she
Okay.
was crying.
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
No, please. Sorry.
Did she during that call tell you that she was cut on her face by Cardi B?
Objection.
Assisting.
Yes.
Did she tell you on the call that she?
Counsel, the question was about the time. It's not. We're not going to reopen a new area of testimony.
Okay, Your Honor, I understand. Did she call you the same day of the incident?
Objection, lax foundation calls for speculation, hearsay.
Overrule.
I mean,
Your answer?
Yes.
And that was February 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. No further.
Ma'am, could you please give us the last 4 digits of your phone number in 2018? The number that Ms. Ellis would have called?
I had a different phone then. 818.
oh, that's nice.
Do you remember the previous?
Wow.
What was the area code?
Area 818.
Any of the other numbers?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm sorry. I really don't remember.
I probably couldn't remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah, I know how that is.
The
Thank you.
plaintiff attorney?
Ms. excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we may have to recall.
Her.
Okay. All right, you can step down now.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our lunch break. We're going to resume promptly at 1:30. As always, please do not
That is
associate with anyone else, including other
embarrassing.
jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
Do they just like take this case as a, oof, yikes. All right. Well, guess what? We don't have to stick around. What's my note on this? 448.40. Okay. Oh, wait. All right. 4. Nope. There we go. Let's go back just a little bit and make sure, because sometimes they talk over things. I can't believe they ever took this thing to trial. This is wild. And I've had this case for what, 2 years now? And this is all they got?
So just to be clear, this witness, so Dr. McKinsey?
Yes. This is her psychiatrist. So I'm going to change my banner. And then I have to use the potty real quick while we wait for this woman to come and list her CV. And oh God, I can't wait to hear these. Oh my goodness. There you go. Okay. What?
By our jury.
Oh, there we go.
And does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff will call Nicole McKinsey.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Please raise your hands. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state your first and last name and spell for the record?
Nicole McKenzie, NICHOLE, MCKENZIE.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
All right, go ahead, couple.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Dr. McKenzie. Thank you for coming here today. Are you under subpoena to be here today?
Yes,
And you were served a subpoena from both sides?
yes,
Do you remember seeing the person to my right, Emani Ellis, in your office, medical office?
yes.
Do you remember why she came in?
For a workers' comp injury.
And if you just tell us a little bit about your education and background, please.
What exactly is it you would like to know?
Yes. You're a psychologist, correct?
Yes,
You deal with emotional injuries.
yes.
What else do you deal with as a psychologist?
Primarily emotional injuries.
Do you ever deal with physical injuries?
No,
If a patient were to tell you about their physical injuries, is that something that you would want to know for the reason of coming up with a diagnosis? Or is that just something general that you may or may not want to know?
Objection, compound.
I'm free to answer.
No, you,
Oh,
so
okay.
when the judge will say sustained, then you will not answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Approximately how long after, well, try that. Do you remember the date of when you saw Miss Ellis?
Not the exact date. I believe it was 2018 just because of the year listed either on the subpoena. But it's been a while.
Okay, there's a notebook in front of you, the one on your right. If you could open it to Exhibit 4, I will just show you your own medical records to ask you if they are your medical records.
You said 4?
I'm sorry, number 2, I apologize.
Yes.
And if you look at the bottom right corner, in our exhibit book 2-001 through 2-023, all those pages, if you have a moment just to quickly look through and just confirm that those are in fact your medical records, correct? And you can take your time if you need to.
Objection, leave this as to her medical records.
Yes.
He's just asking me to look at this right now.
Yes.
At the time of the incident, did Miss Ellis advise you she was making $13.50 an hour?
Yes, according to the report.
Okay, is that something relevant? I mean, why would you put that in the report? Does it have to do with the lost wages, or why would that be in the report?
Objection, compound, confrontation.
Like I said, it's been a while, and so from what I can remember, that information is usually included in all reports for clients who come in for workers' comp injuries.
And at that time, in 2018, you worked for Management Inc.
Yes.
And what is Management Inc.?
It is a psychological corporation that typically provides psychological treatment and evaluations for people who have sustained industrial injuries.
Have you always maintained a license of PsyD, or was it PhD at one point? Did it change, or it's always been the PsyD?
It has always been Sadie.
So you never went into like family, LA MFT, or you don't have any of the other licenses? You went straight for this?
Yes.
And how long does it take to get this type of license after undergraduate degree?
After undergraduate degree?
Yes.
Roughly 6 years.
So in order to become a psychologist after high school, you spent approximately 10 years, is that fair?
Yes.
And what is the distinction between a PsyD and a PhD? Is there a difference?
The main difference that I can report is PsyDs are more clinically focused on psychological treatment versus PhDs can also provide clinical treatment, but they can also focus more on research.
Okay, and before today, it's probably been several years before you looked at your medical file, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you no longer work at Managed Med Inc. You opened your own practice or work for a different practice, correct?
I work for a different employer.
And when you work for Managed Med, you were an employee for them?
Yes.
Now, if you look at the first page of your report, date of injury, it says 2/24/18. Do you know if that's accurate?
Objection, Black's Foundation, all respect.
16 years. It's also big.
I'll represent to you that the date of incident is February 24, 2018. That's the date of the injury. And that's the date it says in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it says the date of your examination,
No.
April 26, 2018. Do you know if that date is accurate?
I believe so.
All right, and then if you go to Exhibit 2-5, the fifth page, there's another report which has a different exam date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was August 10th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into the expert reasons or the psychological reasons or anything like that, I just want to understand, you asked the patient to come back a second time, correct?
They were asked to come back several times after the first visit.
Okay, and if there was nothing wrong with them, would they come back for a second visit? If you know, do you know?
Black's Foundation, cultural speculation.
It's the same.
When you see a patient, not this patient, one time for the first time, and there's nothing wrong with them, would you see them a second time, or you usually say, I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with you, goodbye?
Objection, compound, Black's Foundation, cultural speculation.
You can answer.
I would see them a second time.
And if you go back to the page 1, which is 2-001, in the first paragraph, you go through a job description of what the patient came to see you for. You basically have a job description of what your patient was doing at the time of the incident, correct?
Also, we get Cardi after this
Yeah.
lady, by the way.
What was her job title from what you see? What would it be?
Security guard.
And you did a comprehensive psychological evaluation of Emani Ellis, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of her designation.
I was born.
Yes.
How long did you spend with her on that day, if you know?
For the preliminary evaluation or the psychological evaluation?
The whole thing combined on February 26th of 2018. You may not have an exact time frame, but I want to know that based on your experience for this type of care, how many minutes did you spend with Emani Ellis on that day?
I cannot recall.
Was it more than an hour?
It may have been.
In general, when you see the patients to go over their
emotional injuries, how long do you usually spend with them? Is it usually an hour, 30 minutes? I mean, there is a minimum, right?
Right, on the initial visit, typically an hour to an hour and a half.
It's okay. No matter our age, we're all kids at heart, though, right? Right?
Okay, and then on page 2-002 on that exhibit, towards the bottom, you, in quotes, have some profanities that are in your report. Is there a reason why you would write profanities in your report?
Exactly. Never grow
Just
up.
to capture the client's report in their own words.
And
Oh.
the patient told you that the celebrity made the profanities?
According to the report, yes.
And the profanities were F you fat ass, sorry to say it, bitch. That's why you do security. That's why I'm going to get you fired. That's why I'm rich and you're poor. That's what you wrote there, correct? In quotes.
Yes.
Do you have a dictation machine where you record them saying these words?
I write it down, and there are times when I did use a dictation.
Yeah, mine's on the
When the patient
27th.
was telling you this information, did you use that information in your diagnosis and treatment of the patient?
This statement,
Yes.
I can't say that I did.
Why is it important to write down these profanities in your report for a psychologist? Why did you feel it was important to put that in your report? Why?
With regards to workers' comp injuries, we try to document clients' statements using their own words.
Right. Are you aware that in workers' compensation, the applicant is held to the laws of perjury and must be honest and truthful in their reports of injuries? Is that your understanding as a doctor?
Yes.
I guess so, yeah.
And at the end of a lot of these reports, you yourself will declare under penalty of perjury that everything is accurate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact, if we go to 2-004, at the end of your report, you do in fact write that, and you sign that. Is that your signature there?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, I further declare under penalty of perjury that I have not violated the provisions of California Labor Code Section 139.3, 139.31, operative January 1st of 94, with regard to this evaluation of this patient on the preparation of this report. Why is this paragraph always written in these reports? Do you know?
Just to make a statement that the information we gather is true to our knowledge.
Do you ever, or have you ever treated a patient on a lien basis?
I want to say yes. The majority of clients that come in for workers' comp injuries, I believe they're treated on a lien basis.
Okay, so what that means is you see the patients, you submit a bill, and then you wait to get paid at a later time, correct?
The corporation would submit a bill and wait to get paid at a later time.
And sometimes they're denied, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if yours was granted or denied?
I cannot recall.
Now, I really want to understand one thing. As a psychologist, if I came to you and I said, I broke my middle finger, I injured my left shoulder, I broke my knee, I broke my back, I fell on the ground and I hit my head and I've got a big bruise on my head and I have psychological issues. Would you really be focusing on the physical or would you be more focused on the psychological?
I would focus on the psychological injuries that were a result of the physical injuries.
Okay. So it would be nice to know those details, but you probably wouldn't write verbatim
word for word the physical injuries, correct?
My focus would be the psychological injuries.
So if there were physical injuries here, for example, if there was a scar or a scratch or something physical and it's not perfectly mentioned here, does that mean it didn't occur?
I don't know how to answer that question. Usually, from what I can recall, if it's documented in one of the intake forms, I will address it or mention it, but I can't recall whether it was or was not.
Are you aware that in this case, the defense has designated a Dr. James Rosenberg as a psychiatrist in this case? Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that Dr. Rosenberg will not be testifying about any physical injury?
Objection, Your Honor.
If the patient that you see does tell you about their physical injuries, and you do want to know about it and put it in your report, or would you then come up with a diagnosis as to the physical injury or not?
Oh, Rosenberg is going to
You don't treat any physical injuries, correct?
No.
If Emani Ellis came to you that day on February 24th, 2018 with a cut in her face, would you do anything to treat the cut?
No.
What would you tell her? You tell her to leave and go to the hospital or go to a medical doctor, correct?
If a patient comes
yes.
and they have a physical injury, typically they are referred to a physical doctor to address those injuries.
Aside from the cut to Miss Emani Ellis's face, did Miss Emani Ellis complain about any other physical injury to you?
Objection, argumentative, contrary to the evidence.
I can only report on the physical symptoms that were included in the report, and that states headaches and trouble sleeping.
Okay. But how about physical injury to the body, like her face, her neck, her back? Was there anything physical that was really documented by you as a psychologist?
I would have to read through the report, but I cannot recall.
Funny.
And what is MMPI? What does that mean?
That's a psychological test.
And you did that test for this patient?
She completed the test and it was interpreted.
And what does it entail to do the MMPI test? What does the patient have to do?
It is a questionnaire. I cannot recall if it's 500 and something odd questions, true and false, that ask about various symptoms.
And you did the test, you had her do the test in your office?
I believe she completed the test, and it was scored by my office and interpreted.
Okay. And you were paid for that test? You billed for that test, correct?
I believe so.
And after that test, on Exhibit 2-017, if you can look at that page, date of exam, November 26, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. So after you did the test, you then decided to do a psychological reevaluation, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2 of that report, which is Exhibit 2-018, you have some diagnoses that you've written in your report.
Yes.
And you again declare under penalty of perjury that all of this is accurate and That's your signature on Exhibit 2-19?
Yes.
And if you look at Exhibit 2-20, your office billed $600 for treatment on that date, April 26, 2018, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if you were paid for that or not?
I do not.
And then if you look at the following page, Exhibit 2-21, there's some additional dates which I want to go over with you. August 10th of 2018, you billed $300 for treatment, is that correct?
You said August 10th,
August 10th of 2018.
2018. There's several.
Yeah, the first two, 150 and 150, correct?
Yes,
So that's the second time she came to you, correct?
I believe so.
As far as the records say. Yes?
Yes,
And then on May 18th of 2018, again, $150 for individual psychotherapy, correct?
Relevance to all of this, given that
yes.
A lot
In
cheaper than
looking at
the
your bill,
micro needles. Oh, goodness.
which would be Exhibit 2-20, 2-21, and 2-22. I count approximately 7 different dates of service that you treated this patient. Is that accurate? Did you see her 7 times?
yes, relevance, yeah. Foundation of also relevance.
And over.
Is that true?
I can't say whether I saw her 7 different times.
Okay.
Typically, when the clients were seen at the corporation, I would see them initially. They would then be referred to a psychological assistant for treatment. And then I would see them several times after just to sort of check in and do the evaluations on their progress.
Okay, I understand. How about this then? Ms. Emani Ellis, according to this bill, came to Managed Med Inc. on seven different occasions, 7 different dates between April 26, 2018 and January 15th of 2019. Just the number of visits. You agree with that, doctor?
Not very many.
According to this bill, yes.
And if my math serves me correct, the combined billing that your office billed Ms. Ellis or Ms. Ellis's work comp was $5,087. Am I correct? If you were to add $600, $3,787. Actually, it's there for you on the last page. 2-23, total lien. You see the total lien?
Yes, $5,087.
All right. And so then, in fact, you did treat her on a lien basis, correct?
Correct.
And then you do that all the time then, when you work for Managed Med.
Yes.
It's a routine procedure.
Yes.
Nothing improper to do that, right?
No.
Action.
Angie just told me that both Mag Banawat and Luis Riviera have been transferred back to the Leon County Jail in Tallahassee. Uh-oh.
Are you familiar with Exhibit?
I love that for us.
Sorry, not Exhibit, CPT codes.
Happy Rustin on Twitter, so that's pretty
Billing
cool.
codes?
Yes,
Not that familiar.
but you have to know them for your practice.
I don't because I don't bill.
Yes, and hello, streamer.
Is it reasonable for a psychologist to charge $600 for 2 hours of psychological treatment?
Again, only reason they'd be there is grand jury testimony. That's it. So.
And the MMPI exam that Ms. Ellis did, do you know approximately how many hours it took her to complete the 500 questions?
Actually, nice.
Over.
I don't know how long it took her. Typically, it will take the clients several hours to complete them, depending on their reading level.
Okay. You think it would be less than or more than 4 hours?
It might be less than 4 hours.
Okay, and then if I can go to
I believe.
Exhibit 2-13. In the discussion, it says that she was referred for psychological evaluation. Who referred her to you, do you know? Sorry, 2-013 in the right-hand corner. And it's right under discussion in the second paragraph. Oh, sorry, first paragraph, the middle of the page. Do you see that there?
213, the middle of the page.
Yeah, Miss Emani Ellis was referred for psychological evaluation. Does that mean she's referred to you or you're referring her to somebody else?
She was referred to the clinic.
Do you know how she was referred to the clinic?
Most clients are referred through their attorney.
And that's the workers' compensation attorney?
Yes.
Do you know who that attorney would be? It's not me.
Did she get workman's compensation? I don't know
According
if
to
that
the
or
report,
not.
it's employee legal advocates.
And then in the next paragraph, it talks about the fact that she was conducting regular patrols at the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that she came into contact with a female music celebrity. Are you familiar? I wasn't asking a question yet. Question is this: are you familiar with the actress or celebrity, musician, rapper, Cardi B?
Yes.
You know her?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Through television.
Do you respect her work?
Exactly.
Are you a fan of Cardi B? Do you have any bias to testify in favor of the plaintiff or the defendant in this case?
No.
No? You either way, you're just here to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
And further on, it talks about, well, let me ask you this. Why was it so important to document all of these details? Why are you documenting all of these details about the telephone and her listening to her voicemails? Is there a reason why it was there?
There's no particular reason. Usually, it's just to capture the incident in the client's own words. And so we try to obtain as much detail as we can for the attorneys and those involved in the case.
Okay, and isn't it true that in your report, you document that Emani Ellis was holding her cell phone, reportedly listening to her voicemails?
Objection, this characterizes document.
So, to the extent that there's hearsay statements that are offered for treatment, that's one thing. This doesn't relate to treatment. So your questions are I'm going to start sustaining the court's own hearsay objections regarding anything that doesn't have to do with medical treatment.
Thank you. The next sentence, I want to ask you if it has to do with treatment. Ms. Ellis reports that the person responded by saying, in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Is that something that you use for medical treatment and diagnosis of your patients?
Objection, hearsay.
Overall.
So what page is that?
That's on the same page. It's just the next sentence. Sentence number 4 and 5 on the second paragraph under discussion. You see where it says Miss Ellison reports? Miss Ellis reports.
And what was your question again?
So the question is when you wrote in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Did you use that sentence in your diagnosis and treatment of Miss Ellis?
No.
Why did you put that there?
Just capturing the client's incident, according to her.
report.
Right, and did you put these statements, the other quote and this quote, in your report to measure the extent of the psychological damage?
No.
And then you say after that, that the individual then proceeded to put her finger in the applicant's face, almost touching her nose. Did you use that sentence for treatment of this patient?
No.
But why are all of these statements in your report?
Again, just capturing the client's report.
And when you say capturing, did you record it, or is it something that you heard and then later on went and made your report?
Is it more than 10?
Are you asking if I wrote them in my own words or the information was captured from the applicant?
I guess time passes. So for example, if your patient comes in and gives you a history of what happened to them and you're not recording them and you're not typing it out right there and then, things could be lost in time, details. Some of them are, some of them are not. So the question is, are you taking down the history in real live time, like that camera with a 30-minute delay? Or is it something where you hear the history, maybe take down some notes, and you come back a month later and write your report?
In real life time, the camera with the 30-minute delay.
What's that?
Did in real life time, like the camera.
You do it that way?
Yes.
You had her on video?
Not on video, but either it was used, I used a dictation machine or I wrote it down myself.
Okay, so if you write it down yourself, do you write down every single word in this report?
Yes, if I'm capturing quotes.
How about when you're not capturing quotes? Meaning some of the sentences in here are in quotes and some are not. So do you agree that the ones in quotes are verbatim what she said? That's fair?
Yes.
And the ones that are not in quotes are not verbatim, correct?
Correct.
And how long after you see the patient do you make the report? How long does it take to generate this report?
Right after they leave the office or leave my office.
Okay, but isn't it true that sometimes you'll see a patient and maybe a week, a few weeks, a month will go by before you prepare these long 4-page and 10-page reports? Isn't that true? Because they do take a lot of time to prepare, don't they?
Objection, leaving argument.
Your second report on August 10, 2018, it's 12 pages long.
I like the scarf she has, the giraffe.
Who
print. Is
prepared
that
this
what it
report?
is? Yeah.
You have somebody outside, like a transcriber do it?
Yeah.
And between you and the dictation and the transcriber, isn't it true that sometimes the details could be lost, meaning there could be errors in the report? That's a possibility, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
It could be a possibility.
And you've had that in your practice. Isn't it true? In your practice, you've had that where there were mistakes and you had to correct them. For example, you make an amended report. Isn't that true? Sometimes you have to do that?
After the report is transcribed,
Yes.
it is reviewed for corrections.
And have you ever done an amended report?
Yes.
If the details of the injury, for example, as I explained you the story about me breaking my finger and my left shoulder and my left knee and my back, if that is not
Perry would
perfect,
be besties, Simone.
would you catch that to correct the report? Or is that something that's really physical that even if there's a mistake with that piece, you're not going to go back and correct it because your sole goal is to treat her for psychological treatment, correct?
Objection, argument, lack of foundation.
Have you ever gone back and corrected a report
when there was an error about physical injury? Do you ever remember doing that?
Cannot recall.
But you've done it for psychological injuries, correct?
Overruled.
I've done it for all that's included in the report, whether that's emotional symptoms, physical symptoms, or the general testing results.
Sorry, you asked the last one?
Or the testing results.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
And just so we're clear, Ms. Emani Ellis came to you for psychological injuries
Yes.
only.
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence and also lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And that does not include physical injury, correct?
She was seen for psychological injury.
So if she also broke her teeth, would that be important for your psychological treatment of the patient?
Not for the treatment.
So when someone has a physical injury, do you refer them out to a medical doctor if they don't have one?
Oh my
If
God.
they don't have one, we refer them back to their attorney.
So the attorney is the one that refers them out.
Correct.
Are you aware that Ms. Ellis saw a plastic surgeon, Dr. Scher, in 2018,
Objection lacks.
somewhere around the time when she saw you?
Sustained.
Did you review any medical records from a Dr. John Scher in this case?
I cannot recall.
Did you review any medical records from Dr. Avila for any psychological treatment in this case?
Objection.
Why don't you just ask her what record she did review?
What records did you review? Do you remember?
This guy's been practicing law since 2004.
And you don't have your medical file with you because you no longer work for that company, correct?
Correct.
And you have no way to get those medical records, correct?
Correct.
Excuse me.
Why didn't you reach out to Managed Med Inc. to get your medical records for this patient when you knew you had to testify here?
Objection lacks foundation.
Is there a reason why you never got the medical records from Managed Med Inc.?
Objection is.
Sustained. I don't think that's an issue in this trial, counsel.
All right, I just want to ask you what you did review, because I have the records. If you can look in your exhibit book,
At least I don't think he goes to trial a lot anyway,
1-004.
which is fairly
You have
common
that?
for civil suits, but
I do.
Have you ever seen that document before?
No.
Your Honor. Objection.
And
You're
it's
gonna go
his
through all the medical
witness.
records?
There's only a few. There's only 3, Your Honor. Just 3.
Ma'am, do you remember reviewing any medical records?
I do not.
Okay, she doesn't remember reviewing any medical records.
Your Honor, I was going to see if I could refresh your recollection with you. One more, if I may.
Your Honor, wait, check. This is a table that counsel prepared. It's not an exhibit.
I'll withdraw this question. I'll go to the next one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could go to Exhibit 3. Did you review any medical, sorry, I withdraw that. Did you review any psychological records from Premier Forensic Psychology from Dr. Alex Avila?
Aren't we all?
Motion eliminate.
we all are.
And the ruling on motion eliminate. Relevance, lack of foundation.
Get a room, you two. Goodness.
Did you review any records from, well, straight then. Let's have you go to Exhibit 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you review any of these records from plastic surgeon Brett Mulliken?
Objection, Your Honor. Lacks foundation.
Overruled.
I do not recall.
Okay, and if you look at the HPI, which is the history,
We're not going to read from a document,
I
counsel.
will not read from the document. I just wanted the doctor to read the paragraph. If you read those 4 lines, does that help you refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when she saw you in 2018 and 2019?
total bromance.
For the history of the incident.
Yeah, don't read from the document, just read it to yourself. And if you just answer my question, in reading these 4 lines, does that help refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when you did treat her in 2018 and 2019?
Yes.
And why does it refresh your recollection? Without reading from the document, what did it do for you now, here, right now?
Well, it lists the date of entry, which was in the previous report I reviewed.
Okay. Anything else?
And just that one of the details.
Okay. Without reading from the report, what detail?
I think I recall something about fingernails.
What about fingernails?
Assisting.
Okay. And then finally, I just ask you this question.
No.
I just want to know about the billing. Do you have any way to know if the bill of $5,087 was ever paid by anyone?
I do not.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No, this is very unhelpful, so. It's cool.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
Okay, so I'm going to try to not overlap with council's questions, but I do have questions about some of the exhibits that he showed you. And first of all, just to be clear, you saw the plaintiff in April of 2018 because she had made a workers' compensation claim, correct?
Objection misstates the testimony of the witness.
Overruled.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, I'm going to make it easier, I'm going to use our exhibits. And I should also say, counsel was right, we subpoenaed you too. We appreciate you showing up. The court has authorized us to ask our questions of you so that you don't have to come back a second day.
Okay.
Thank the court. I agree though, but thank the court, so I'll take it too. So I have some of the same documents, but with the different exhibit numbers, and we can display them. And the first one is, I would ask, counsel, we're gonna use exhibit 206.
Right, so why
which
was
is
she
the
filing for
equivalent to
workman's comp,
portion
but
of
doesn't
the-
file
you're
this
showing.
lawsuit till
Is there a way to make that a little bit more
way
visible
later?
to people?
Your Honor, I would object to showing the document because she doesn't have her medical file, and it's a hearsay document that was prepared by management, Inc., and I was not provided the opportunity to show it to her.
I don't remember you asking, but do you object to it being published
Yes,
based on hearsay grounds?
yes, Your Honor.
Assisting.
I'm sorry, based on,
Hearsay grounds?
it's the, what I'm
Can you
looking,
take it off the film, sir? That's not allowed.
what I'm going to focus
Why
on.
don't you take the document down for now?
He's doing that now. What I'm going to focus on are her recording of plaintiff's own statements, which are, of course, plaintiff party admissions.
Your Honor, I wasn't.
He's already questioned her on the same document.
Right, so we're not going to argue it back and forth. You can ask her questions if you want to put the document in front of her and ask her questions about it. That's fine, but we're not going to publish it at this point in time.
Okay. If you could look in the blue book for exhibit 206, it should be tabbed and probably towards the end.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Angie, for that bit of info there. Okay.
You found it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize this as the same document counsel was showing you?
Yes.
And it is also the preliminary psychological evaluation done on April 26, 2018.
Yes.
And let's look a little bit closer at the second page that he asked you questions about. Could you read out loud the bold caption on that page?
History of the incident as reported by the patient.
And so everything that is recorded there is what the plaintiff told you in April of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And let's look a little bit closer at the verification at the end. So if we go to page, the fourth page, there's just a caption disclosure statement, correct?
Yes.
And can you read out loud the last sentence of the first paragraph?
As to that information, that sentence?
Yes, thank you.
As to that information, I declare under penalty or perjury that the information accurately describes the information provided to me, and accept as noted herein that I believe it to be true.
And is it correct that what you verified under perjury was that you had correctly recorded what plaintiff told you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at any point anywhere in this document, in this verification page or otherwise, verify that what she was telling you was true?
No.
Okay. Now, if we go back to the second page, the first paragraph after history of the incident as reported by the patient, could you read the first three words?
Your Honor, I would object because she's not an expert and also hearsay.
I'm not sure. It's first three words of what?
Of Exhibit 206, where she confirms that she is, the statements that counsel read are the statements of the victim. Thank you.
The applicant reports.
Right. And third paragraph, the first three words.
Miss Ellis reports.
And could you read the last sentence of that after Miss Ellis reports?
Yeah, objection, he's only picking and choosing words that he likes. You should read the whole thing as a whole.
That's please with the speaking objections.
I apologize.
Overruled.
Objection for completeness.
There's overruled, maybe.
Which paragraph again?
Yeah, the paragraph that begins Miss Ellis reports, I'm only asking you to read the last sentence, full sentence, complete. Don't leave anything out.
Her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose.
Right. Is there, let's go to the second.
Your Honor, for purposes of completeness, I would ask.
What, you can address it on redirect.
Let's go to the third page. Can you read the first full heading in bold on the third page?
Associated physical symptoms.
Right. Is there any mention, well, first of all, is this a portion of the report where you record any physical symptoms that plaintiff reported?
Yes.
And even though this is a psychological report, you in fact, as a matter of practice and in this documented any, would have mentioned any physical symptoms that she had, correct?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Overruled.
Correct.
Anywhere in that, well, actually, could you read for the jury, please, the complete associated physical symptoms that plaintiff reported to you 2 months after the alleged incident?
Objection, I would ask that counsel can read and not the witness.
Overruled.
Miss Ellis reports that she experiences headaches at least 4 to 5 times a week that last several hours. She is also sleeping more than she used to.
That's it. No mention of a scar?
Not in this statement.
No mention of any physical injury?
Not in this report.
And you took down this information that's in this report as plaintiff provided it to you, as you put it, at the time that she said it, correct?
Correct.
And you verified at the end, under penalty of perjury, that you had correctly recorded what she said, correct?
Correct.
If you look at the page 2 of this exhibit, 206, and let's go to the third, the fourth paragraph. Do you see the language, it turned into a screaming match?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's
Oh,
Correct.
And that's in quotes, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is what the plaintiff told you, right? She didn't mention any physical symptoms. She just said it turned into a screaming match. Is that correct?
According to the report.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the report is correct or inaccurate?
No.
And in fact, you verified at the time under penalty of perjury that it was correct.
According to what the applicant reported.
Right. And I apologize. Yes, that's an important distinction, that it correctly recorded what plaintiff said, right?
Correct.
You were not verifying that she was telling the truth, were you?
No, we typically do not verify unless provided with other reports.
Okay, if I could ask you to go to Exhibit 207, which is the other document that counsel showed you. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you recognize it? And feel free to thumb through it if you like, as the other portion of his exhibit that he showed you.
Correct.
And that is a initial comprehensive psychological evaluation with associated psychodiagnostic testing. Is that what the label is?
Yes.
And that examination was done on August 10th of 2018.
Yes.
So what, 4 or 5 months later?
Correct.
And if you look at the second page, it's got another history of the incident as reported in preliminary evaluations. See that?
Correct.
That's the heading?
Yes.
And that's as reported by plaintiff in August of 2018?
Not on August of 2018. It's usually the information that was captured in the preliminary.
Okay, got it. And that also, in the third paragraph, states that Ms. Ellis reports that the celebrity's nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. You see that?
Yeah.
And then on the next page, associated physical symptoms, it still doesn't mention a scar or any physical symptoms, correct?
Correct. It's the same information from the previous report.
And you also, at page 12, verified under penalty of perjury that you had accurately set out what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's bear with me for just a second. You actually met with the plaintiff in 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you remember your deposition was taken in this action? You were deposed, you asked questions. I can give you the date if you like.
I was deposed. I just cannot recall the date.
Yeah, I don't either. It's here somewhere. But you did have your deposition taken, right?
Yes.
And you testified
we're
at
still
your
here.
deposition
Okay.
that if you had
Cardi
seen
already.
any scars or bruising on the plaintiff's face when you met her, you would have noted it, correct?
If that's what I stated.
That's what you said. Would you like to see your testimony?
Yes.
You would like to see it?
Yes.
Could we,
Your Honor, I would object to it because it's not here the
what's your
purpose-
legal objection?
The purpose of using it is not to impeach the witness, it's simply to reinforce what she's already said. She's already agreed.
I'm sorry? May I say one quick thing? This is our case in chief.
Why don't you just ask her the same question now?
Okay, fine. Doctor, if Ms. Ellis had shown up for her examination and had a scar or scars or bruising on her face, would you have noted it in your report?
Objection calls for speculation.
No.
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
I'm sorry?
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
If you saw her with bruises and a scar on her face, would you note it in the report?
Objection calls for speculation.
I believe I would on the mental status.
I would think so.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me for a second.
That $24 million is insane.
If we can turn please to Exhibit 222.
I mean, they actually have to ask about it being mandated reporters, but maybe not. Did he get sentenced on October 3rd?
What is Exhibit 222?
Yes.
This is a back depression inventory.
I'm sorry.
A back depression inventory. It's a psychological test for emotional symptoms.
Right. And is this a form that is provided to the workers' compensation applicant for the applicant to circle the symptoms they claim?
Yes.
And is this the form that plaintiff filled out on April 26, 2018?
It looks so, yes.
Okay. And you identified it at your deposition as the form that she filled out, right?
Correct. I think.
I don't think so either. I think
And
we was
could
found
you
guilty
read
of that's not an option.
The
Oh,
at
no, it's been a
the
while.
end of the first column, 5, question 3. What did she circle there?
Maybe.
5, the guilty feelings.
3, line 3, the very last line. On the first page. So if you look under guilty feelings,
Correct.
and what did she circle?
I feel guilty all the time.
And if you can turn to Exhibit 225. Is this the same type of form?
Correct.
Okay.
And is this the form that she filled out on January 15, 2019?
Correct.
And what did she circle about guilty feelings at that point?
I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done.
Sorry, where was that?
I'm sorry?
Where are you reading? I couldn't find it.
Under guilty feelings. If I may, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I don't know what exhibit you're on.
225.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Bear with you just a second, I want to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much.
I want to see the school attorney question Cardi so bad.
Isn't it true that Emani Ellis came to see you for psychological injuries only?
Correct.
Black Foundation, Foster.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Correct.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for physical injuries?
She did not.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for plastic surgery?
She did not.
Are you a plastic surgeon?
I am not.
Any reason for you to note that there was a scar there or was not there when you saw her in April of 2018?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Any reason for me to note it?
Yeah.
No particular reason.
And the question that counsel asked you about guilty, this exhibit 222, guilty feelings. I feel guilty all the time. Does that mean that she's guilty of something?
Objection. Black Foundation.
Sustained.
And then in 225, I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done. What does that mean?
Objection. Hearsay. Black Foundation.
Sustained.
What is the purpose of guilty feelings? What is this all about?
Why do you have this in here?
The overall measurement is to capture symptoms related to depression. And so it asks about different symptoms that would meet the criteria for depression, like sadness, loss of pleasure, guilty feelings.
Can someone have psychological problems and have guilty feelings at the same time?
Objection, expert testimony.
Sustained.
Also,
Isn't it true that
yes,
no matter which one of the four were circled, it wouldn't have mattered for the diagnosis of this patient, correct?
Sustained. We're going to stay with some expert testimony.
When you have number 5 here, guilty feelings, does that mean they're guilty of a crime or something? What does guilty feelings mean?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you explain us what guilty is?
Counsel, you need to move on.
yes. I said we haven't seen any of her other trials.
One question about this guilty issue. When you have this here that says guilty feelings, does it mean that Emani Ellis is guilty of the incident, or is it guilty feelings about psychological issues?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that if a patient is coming to you for psychological injuries, they're not going to tell you about all of their physical injuries? For example, if she has a dental complaint, she's not going to tell you about her dental complaint, even if it's related to the incident.
Objection.
That's possible, correct?
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation. Outside.
Overruled.
Got too many drinks over here.
When the patients were referred for psychological treatment, they filled out a claim form. If the attorney on that claim form only put that we were to focus on the site, then that's what we focused on.
So it was the attorney, it was her attorney who decided what was going to be on the claim form. Is that your testimony?
I believe so.
And if the attorney put in physical complaints, do you think that an attorney would send that to you, or would an attorney send it to a medical doctor?
Objection.
If you know. If you.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, and then I want to go back to what counsel was talking about in the report where you read from. Exhibit 206, do you remember that one? Exhibit 206, page 2 of 4. Do you see that, Doctor?
Oh, God.
Yes.
So counsel asked you about paragraph 3, and he read you the last sentence, or you read it. Her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. Do you remember when he asked you about that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. The sentence before it, I want to focus on that for completeness. It states, individual then proceeded to put her finger in applicant's face. You see that?
Yes.
No, they're not.
Does that mean there was contact, or you're not sure?
Hi, 80.
Objection.
Do you know, I'll withdraw the question. Do you know if that sentence, the one I just read you, has any connection with physical contact,
Objection.
or you don't know?
Objection. Copies.
Overruled.
Do I know if the sentence you asked me to read has any indication of physical contact?
Yes.
Not that sentence.
Is there other sentences that do, that you can remember right now,
No.
from all these 23 pages?
No,
And you didn't read all the 23 pages, did you?
I did not.
And you, as you sat there for the last hour, hour and a half, it would be impossible to do that. You'd want to spend at least an hour to review all pages, correct?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained.
Is spitting on someone considered an assault and battery for your
Objection.
treatment of the patient?
Move on.
Objection.
And in the next sentence, it says, Miss Ellis states that she tried to explain that she was not speaking to anyone regarding seeing this celebrity, yet the individual then spat on her. Is there a reason why you wrote this in your report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Just capturing the incident as reported.
And when the patient told you that she was spit on, did you believe her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you agree that spitting on a person is considered physical contact?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then if we can go to the 7th paragraph. Once in the lobby area, the celebrity's security guard approached. The applicant explained the situation and the security guard reportedly apologized. Do you know why the security guard of the defendant apologized to Miss Emani Ellis?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, let's focus on what she knows.
Did Emani Ellis tell you, after me reading that sentence to you and you reading it for yourself, did Emani Ellis tell you that the security guard for the defendant apologized?
According to the report, yes.
Yes? Do you know what she apologized? I'm sorry. Do you know why he had apologized?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, argument.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, recross.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Your Honor,
I get a pen.
What's that? New pen for juror number 5, please. We're gonna have to rewrite the budget for pens and paper.
may I proceed?
Please.
Dr. Counsel had, referring to if he had shown up with a broken finger, a broken back, broken other body parts. Let me ask you, if plaintiff had shown up with physical injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, this exceeds the scope of my.
Overruled.
If plaintiff had shown up with scarring and bruises or a broken back, even if she came for a psychological evaluation, would you have noted it?
If she reported it, yeah.
Okay. And everything in the report, all the factual assertions, for example, at page 2 of those 2 exhibits, those are what plaintiff told you, and you do not know whether in fact she was telling the truth, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I did not receive any depositions or other supporting documents to counter what she was reporting.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should separate that. First of all, everything that we've been talking about on page 2, that's just what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
And you don't know if that's true, right? You don't know if what she told you is true.
Right, I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't
That's
there.
all the questions I had.
All right. Any questions from the jury?
Go back to my nails. I need to go grab my nail polish. I might as well paint my nails over here. We got pink. What is this called? Spring Break the Internet ink. And then some. Is it? can't tell if this one's called confetti poo or confetti pop. I think it's poo. I'm pretty sure it's poo. I don't know. Terry sent these to me a couple months ago, so I guess she would know best. I hope it's confetti poo. But actually, I think it's pop. It is pop, but the straightened down line of the P is not working. Okay. Are we what, waiting on jury questions here? Probably. How does one get the job of naming nail polish or naming anything? I just want a job where I just name things. God, what are they doing? Writing a whole book of questions or something?
All right, Doctor, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. They're a little bit overlapping, but I'll go ahead and ask them. If a physical injury is not reported to you, is there any reason you would still take a note of it?
Do I just answer yes or no, or
You
explain?
can explain.
From what I recall, when individuals were referred for treatment, they were asked to fill out paperwork. On that paperwork, they were asked to document if they had physical injuries or physical pain symptoms. In those situations, I would review it and include those in the report.
So the court's going to ask its own follow-up. So when the patient is coming in, they provide their responses to questions relating to their history and physical, correct?
Correct.
And so they would note any physical symptoms, whether or not they related to the reason for their visit.
Correct.
All right. And that's all part of the form?
Correct.
Was it your practice that if the psychological trauma was caused by a physical injury, that you would note that on your chart?
Yes.
Do you recall actually seeing any marks on plaintiff's nose or cheek?
Oh, I messed up.
I do not
big
recall.
time. Every time.
All right. Any follow-ups from counsel regarding those questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
You earlier testified about the attorney filling out this form, and it's the attorney who actually puts on what the patient is coming to see you for, correct?
Objection is taken. This is the form.
The form we just spoke.
The self-induced timeout.
Correct.
Do you have the form?
I do not.
Where is the form?
probably like, oh.
With the psychological corporation.
Right. So we really don't know what the form says at all, right?
I do not.
Facts.
So when the court asked you this question, you're not sure what relates to this case as a general response to the form as to any applications, correct?
Like I said, I cannot recall.
And the question about, well, straight back. Just want to ask you, the form that you're talking about that's filled out by the attorney,
The claim form is filled out by the
the
attorney.
claim form, this form that is at issue now, would an attorney ever put physical injury so that you would then treat the patient for physical injury, or every time you get the form, it's really psychological?
Objection.
I withdraw the question. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, Your Honor, just one.
Okay, just one.
One of the questions, I believe you answered, that if a claimant comes in and the report of physical injury, that's included in whatever documents that the company generates. And you noted in your psychological report, is that correct?
Yes.
And so can we conclude from the fact that there is no reference to scars or other physical injury in your preliminary report, that when plaintiff first claimed, plaintiff or her counsel at the time, first claimed, made a workers' compensation claim, they did not report any physical injury?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I cannot recall.
Well, it's a matter of practice.
Well, matter of practice.
If they had claimed a physical injury, that would have been reported to you, and you would have included it in your preliminary report, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Did we get the answer?
No.
I would have noted it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
there's one follow-up I forgot to ask.
Oh.
About the
Briefly.
Yeah, briefly. Thank you very much, Your Honor. There was a question the court asked you. If Emani Ellis came in 2 months after, so you saw her 2 months after, and you saw a 2-centimeter scar on her face, well, how do you know today if you really saw it or you didn't see it? Isn't it true that you don't know? It might have been there and it might have not been there. Is that fair?
Objection, argument.
Why would you ask your...
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, why don't we take a break until 3:15? As usual, do not.
We
discuss
are.
anything with
Now
visitors. Don't form any opinions.
We're gonna get
do any
Miss
research before we get
Cardi.
3:15.
Yeah. Finally. Oh, God, that was rough. Good job, everybody. Pat yourselves on the back for that. Whew. What a mess. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait to see this guy question Cardi. Oh, my God.
Cardi B is a hostile witness.
What? Immediately he wants to treat her like a hostile witness? What? Okay. All right. She hasn't even like gotten on the stand.
Ma'am, may I please have you stand right next to the court reporter? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, I do like that
May I please have you
jacket.
state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Beverly Hills.
May I please have you spell it?
The whole thing?
First and last name, second.
Okay. VELCHALMANZAR.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat.
Ooh, welcome to the club, Stringer. Oh, is that a whole like one piece or what is going on with that? I like it. I like it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almanzar. Do you prefer I call you Ms. Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, you can call me Cardi B.
Okay.
You feeling better today?
Maybe.
I need you to speak in the mic.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birthday is October 11, 1992.
Yes.
You're left-handed.
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Okay. Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair?
Oh, wow.
Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then.
You didn't know that, Sarah? You think she just grew all that hair overnight? Like what?
Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate that violates the motion.
With a gang? What?
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. I want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inches?
think it has to be less than an inch. Way less than an inch.
Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails, how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which could last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you can answer it with a yes or no.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
No.
Do you know Brianne Soraya, who's in that building?
No.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finke. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No.
What's her accent? I
When
thought she
you went
was
to see him,
from
did
New
you see
York.
him as a friend or as a patient?
As a patient.
And when you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And you filled out an intake form and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
No. For that day, yes. I don't live in LA. So.
I understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
I don't think
Jersey
that's
and
the right answer.
Atlanta.
So when you went to see Dr. Finke on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient. Correct?
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you spend?
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
She's Latina,
I'll
Puerto
say
Rican, if I'm
about
not mistaken. Okay, all right.
25 to 30 minutes
I don't know anything about Cardi
around
B.
that
I've
time.
never heard
Not
of
that
her.
much.
So.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finke,
Mhm.
Did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had.
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time.
Yes.
You're aware that plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No.
Why would you know that?
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finke do for you? Objection?
Assistant. We're not here for her medical care. No.
Yes, sir. Did you keep Dr. Finke's, oh, sorry, who referred you to Dr. Finke?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor's like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
I need someone to schedule doctor's appointments for me, please and thank you.
When you were outside in the hallway,
Not that I'm a
before you
celebrity.
entered Dr. Finke's office, did you see this individual, Emani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock around there. Yeah, 1 something.
She already seems to know more.
Have you ever seen
Funny.
Dr. Finke either
Not that
before or
way.
after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finke's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard.
Oh, okay. The more you
Yes.
know.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical place?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OB-GYN.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No,
Why?
first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
True.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
Who had vagina
The fifth
doctor
one.
on their bingo card?
At any time, did your security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me, like by the exit, like by the door. Around there, yeah.
Do you remember the building?
Yes.
You remember?
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area where you
Yes.
take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door.
And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building? Is that fair? Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard on February 24th, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting. When I was
But
exiting.
He was in the lobby with you,
In
right?
the lobby. Where, I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Okay. Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm
Did
gonna
you
go
ask
with his
him?
word. No, because I was like, I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her. So I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened or you're injured or
Mhm.
anything happens,
Yes.
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Objection,
Why don't we move on?
You don't have to ask. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with you.
I told him like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. He was like, what happened? And I practically told him like, I'll tell you later, like when I leave.
Okay.
I'm like, wait for me. But I told him like, wait for me downstairs, like by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard or would you call the police or would you call both? Or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24th, 2018 when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finke to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that date?
Yes.
And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Honey, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay.
Not a lawyer. Oh my
And
goodness.
when your attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf, did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you.
Okay.
May I approach your Honor? To show her the discovery only? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. I will show it to you.
Oh.
So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set one dated September 30th of
I have
2022.
to wait.
That's what it is? Okay. Just going to show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
Oh, my.
glitter one won't open.
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. No.
I'll have to wait.
Whoa.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, the responses which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023. Can I approach, Ron? We'll show you these documents as well. You can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
This one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay, you saw that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. You see the question, 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point
Show
it
it
to
to you?
me. Yeah. Sure.
Can I approach you on it? All right. It's on page 5, under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Did your attorney ask you if there were any witnesses to this incident?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna avoid attorney-client privilege conversation.
And relevance, Your Honor, this is the discovery issue that it's subject.
Not a discovery issue, Your Honor. I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses, and it's for impeachment purposes. Okay, and if you look at
that's
the response,
fun.
there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
Right?
So, can you identify by page and line? I'm not sure what
Sure.
it means by showing it.
I can show it to you first if you'd like.
I just, what do you,
I wanted her to talk about the response.
all right.
That's. These are the questions. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direct counsel.
Thank you. So first, I want to ask you if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign. Like.
Okay.
My electronic signature looks nothing like my actual one.
And the question that I showed
It's so
you,
ridiculous.
12.1, let's say, you want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
You can read it.
You can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, is it your testimony that Dr. Finke is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes. She knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finke outside speaking with you?
Outside where?
On February 24th, 2018.
Outside like.
In the hallway.
Yes.
He came out of his office?
Yes.
And
He
your
is on my witness
response
list.
in 12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. I won't hold you 100% at fault for it. But question,
Your Honor,
I withdraw. I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving the foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, Dr. Finke works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney, yes, sir?
we're not going to.
Sir, you know you cannot ask those questions.
And at the time when you saw Dr. Finke, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The plaintiff. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated and got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her, like, "You're security, what are you doing?" And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, "Go to my office." And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay, and in 12.1 question, 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the date of the incident. You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
The person mischaracterizes the testimony, it's it's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor,
Yeah, but why don't we, I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on, because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
That's funny.
Did you
Okay.
respond to special interrogatory set
Petty was hard.
through your attorney?
Your Honor.
All right, the court's going to sustain its own 352 objection. Why don't you move on?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case?
No,
Sustained. Counsel, I need you to move on. This case isn't about discovery. You might want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know of who the witnesses are?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
Oh boy, somebody's getting yelled at. All right, let's skippity-doo-dah through this part.
Define what we mean as impeachment. Impeachment is she says something and you've got evidence that she said something else. She said, I didn't know anybody's name. I got sent there. I was seen for a short amount of time. I didn't remember what their names were.
Okay, so
And now you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm
So-
going about it the wrong way, that's
You,
why.
you absolutely are, and you're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am not. I understand the court's issues, but I want to explain if I may.
Wow.
So I was going to ask her if she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in this.
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right, but 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all
So,
about.
okay, so he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, in special.
So here's the other issue. You didn't oppose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand the issue with that. But there is a special interrogatory number 15, which is on point, which asks a disclosure of the security guard. She
Okay.
didn't disclose his name, but she knows his name.
Okay.
So
So what are we going to do with that?
we're going to have the jury know that she didn't give the name of her security guard.
And so in order to be admissible, it has to be relevant. In order to be relevant, it has to be probative. So it's got to be more likely to show, prove, or disprove a material fact in the case. None of this has anything to do with any material fact.
Let me explain. Her testimony, Your Honor, is that Karan Newton doesn't know anything about this case.
She
However,
doesn't say that. She hasn't said that. She said he was in the lobby.
even better, plaintiff has testified that she has spoken with Karan Newton.
Okay.
It's in the medical records.
Okay.
He's a witness in some form or
So
fashion.
the appropriate means for you to do that is one, to file a motion to compel, or number two, seek evidentiary sanctions, which would have been handled pre-trial. But we're not going to have this witness testifying in trial in front of a jury about discovery issues.
That's fine. The issue is, if it asked her to provide the name of the security guard and she didn't disclose it, why is it not fair? These are under penalty.
Then you file a motion to compel, or a motion for evidentiary sanctions. You did neither.
She testified in her discovery that she was alone. Today, she testified that she was with Karan Newton. I want to ask her about that.
You already did.
I didn't show her the discovery, which is on point on that issue, Your Honor.
You're going to impeach her with the document saying that she was alone when she was alone in the elevator and the incident happened. That's your impeachment?
No. My impeachment is she did not reveal that she was with the security guard in the lobby, didn't do anything to provide his information when the other side.
Again, it's a discovery issue, so we're not going to go there.
Your Honor, the other side was able to impeach plaintiff
With what?
with this discovery. They went into it at
When she
nauseam.
offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
That's what's happening here too.
No, she hasn't said anything inconsistent. She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew
In
Karan.
discovery, she said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan Newton's information. We asked for the name of the security guard.
All right.
She made it appear.
I'm going to ask you to move on. We're not going to get into further discovery issues.
See, I just raised one point. I don't
Sure.
want the court to overlook. I want to point out this questioning started with a direct contemptuous violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew what was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that there was a specific motion of limine excluding?
The motion to eliminate, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. you might want to look at your trial binder to see
Oh my God,
specifically
this
what it
guy's
says.
wrong about like literally everything.
All right, we'll resume in 5 minutes.
How embarrassing for him. Oh my gosh, doesn't know how impeachment works, doesn't know what motions were filed. Oof, not great. Oh my gosh. My nails are wet and I have to go to the bathroom, so now I gotta wait like 20 minutes. Don't mess them up. All right. And the judge is hilarious. I do enjoy him. He is very patient. Oh my goodness. You know, the ceiling also kind of, well, this whole room reminds me, if you watch Loki, reminds me of the TVA a little bit.
In the record in the Ellis matter, counselor parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. Ms. Almagar is on the stand. Ma'am, you're reminded you're still under oath? Yes. All right. And counsel, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Aside from Karan Newton, is there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
No.
I've got these little, where they at there? Can you see the sparkliness? They're there. They're not picking it up very well, but
So now I want to take you a little bit through these, bring you back in time. Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Objection, relevance, ambiguous.
Oh.
I don't feel, I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal altercation. She didn't hit me, I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
My background?
Yes.
Well,
What's the objection?
relevant.
Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
Now, you need to give your attorney a second to object. What's the objection?
Sorry. Relevant, Joe?
Assisting.
Yikes.
Have you ever used the N-word with Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Did you try to take a swing at her?
No.
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
Yes.
do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was like a verbal fight, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
What?
We having, I'll say, a debate.
And we're debating about
Uh-oh. Wait, are we not?
whether you assaulted and battered Miss Emani Ellis.
Are we not live?
Just no, well, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also.
It's already read as assisting.
Do you have any videos of the incident?
No.
Did you try to get videos of the incident?
I asked if there was videos. Like I told my lawyers to check if there was videos, but there's no camera.
Hold on. I'm going to pause this for a second. YouTube and the glitch. Wait, so are we still live? Are we not live?
You are not live.
We're not live.
They can't hear you or see you.
No shit. Okay.
It says, this is what it says.
Oh, hold on. Pull Cardi down and put that up.
I think we're both doing it.
I think so too. You click it. I won't click it. For what policy violations?
I don't know, but I've got the email up. Due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted.
who filed a copyright? Because that's not how that works. Hold on.
It doesn't say on here, but I didn't look at the.
It's weird that it doesn't end it on our side.
I know. Wait a second. I'm not on YouTube, am I? Or I'm not on Facebook, am I?
I don't know. Are we still on Facebook?
I don't know.
I'm going to end the stream. I'm just going to end the stream because something is happening. So let's just do this and figure it out, I guess. I don't know. It's very confusing. Hey, are you checking on Facebook to see if we're live on Facebook? Are we? Okay.